ท่านอาจจะใช้เวลาสุดสัปดาห์นั้นกับครอบครัวโดยการพาครอบครัวมาเที่ยวบุรีรัมย์ซึ่งเป็นเมืองที่สวยงามสามารถมาชมได้ฟรีเป็นการเปิดศักราชที่จะมีรถแข่งในทุกๆรุ่นมาพร้อมกันที่นี่
ECU Shop กล่องอัจฉริยะเพิ่มสมรรถนะให้รถคุณ ECU Shop
เป็นมืออาชีพอย่างมีสไตล์ตัวจริงเรื่องฟุตซอลไอ้มาเน่มาชัว
ข้อกีฬาห้ามพลาดเชียร์มันเร้าใจไปกับกีฬาเด่นพฤษภาคมแบดมินตันไทยแลนด์โอเพ่นเริ่มวันพฤหัสบดี 16 พฤษภาคม 9 นาฬิกาสดที่ทูวิชั่นที่เดียวทางสปอร์ตทีวีช่อง 689 และทูสปอร์ต7ช่อง 686 กอล์ฟ PGA Championship เริ่มวันศุกร์ 17 พฤษภาคมเที่ยงคืนสดที่ทูวิชั่นที่เดียวทางสปอร์ตทีวีช่อง 689 เทนนิส French Open เริ่มวันอาทิตย์ 26 พฤษภาคม 16 นาฬิกา 50 นาทีสดที่ True Visions ทาง BeIN Sport 2 ช่อง 608 จัดเต็มทุกอารมณ์เอาใจคอกีฬาครบจบในแพ็คเดียวสมัครเลยสแกน
ขอบอลห้ามพลาดกับศึกพรีเมียร์ลีกฤดูกาล 2023-2024 เต็มอิ่มกับความคมชัดระดับ 4K บน True ID ดูสดทุกนัดเชียร์มันทุกแมตช์เริ่มต้นเพียง 179 บาทไม่มีเหตุผลให้คุณต้องพลาดสมัครเลย
ทุกบทบาทผมเต็มที่ทั้งพิธีกรคอลัมนิสต์ผู้ประกาศข่าวและผู้บรรยายกีฬาโดยสิ่งที่ปลูกฝังให้ผมได้ใกล้ชิดกับหน้าที่คนรักกีฬาอย่างแท้จริงนั่นก็คือหนังสือพิมพ์สยามกีฬาทั้งเนื้อหาที่อัดแน่นและข่าวสารความเคลื่อนไหวที่สำคัญหนังสือพิมพ์สยามกีฬาฉบับเดียวของคนรักกีฬา
บริษัทกลางปีอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลจำกัดมหาชนในฐานะผู้จัดงานบางกอกอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลมอเตอร์โชว์ครั้งที่ 45 ขอขอบคุณพันธมิตรและผู้เข้าชมงานทุกท่านที่ให้การสนับสนุนและร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของความสำเร็จในครั้งนี้ และพบกันใหม่ปีหน้าระหว่างวันที่ 26 มีนาคมถึง 6 เมษายน 2568
PPTV ยิงสดความมันให้ชมกันทุกเดือนตลอดทั้งปีสาดโค้งกันต่อที่ Friends กลางปีตำแหน่งยอดโพเดียมโมโต GP จะเป็นของใครรุ่นโมโต 2ส่งเสียงเชียร์ให้ก้องสมเกียรติประกาศศักดาคว้าโพเดียมให้ได้ชมสดได้ในวันอาทิตย์ที่ 12 พฤษภาคมตั้งแต่เวลา 5 โมงเย็นเป็นต้นไปทาง PPTV HD ช่อง 36
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long off-season, winter in the northern half of the globe, but we are back once again, and we are on our way into the midst of spring as it starts to warm up in Thailand. If it really does warm up in Thailand, it doesn't just stay static right the year round. We're headed off once again to the Buriram International Circuit to give you round number 1 of the Thailand Super Series. Scott Rankin on the call off alongside of Dan Yeaman. Dan, it was an exciting race to finish this championship. We had championships decided in the last minutes of the GT3 championship last year, which was just mental off-the-wall kind of racing. And we're back yet again. And I can already see the chat warming up to say, hey, when's the Thailand Super Pickup coming on? Because I know you know how excited I am for that class.
One of the special ones, I think, in this series. But, I mean, look, we've got a full day today, let alone that, and a full day tomorrow of racing that is coming up this weekend. And, yeah, kicking the season off here in May, and we go all the way through until December with a host of races. And, yeah, you were just asking about the weather, Scott, and having a look at some weather forecasts and weather information from the circuit currently. Yeah, it hasn't cooled down, I don't think. I mean, look, I haven't checked the weather in Thailand for the past 5 months, but the fact that I'm seeing today a forecasted high of 41 degrees Celsius, and it's apparently around 31 degrees Celsius right now. Anyone on the other weather system, it's currently 88 degrees Fahrenheit right now, possibly up towards 105 degrees Fahrenheit. Also with a relatively high level of humidity and a chance of rain towards the end of the day as well, is what I'm seeing from some basic weather information. Tomorrow will be a lot worse, although might also be a bit more interesting with some greater chance of rain, especially in the afternoon as well. But we'll get to that when we get there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking excited for that. The forecast I'm looking at says anytime from basically about 12:30 through to about probably about 5:30. It picks up to about a 55% chance of rain right around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So, and that's local time in Thai, which will be right towards the back end of the coverage. Will be the last sort of few classes. That'll put some changeable conditions in the air. First up, ladies and gentlemen, though, we're going to be running with your Thailand Super Compact class. A few penalties have come through as a result of the qualifying results. So you'll be seeing a few cars that might be starting a little bit further down. We don't have any information to bring you on that one at the moment. So we're just waiting for some updates from the grid. What we do have, though, is the qualifying results from qualifying, which was held. And like we said, there was one car that failed to qualify, was not able to make the pace required to be a qualification for the field, which was a 2 minute 6.745 around the Buriram International Circuit. But there were 5 other cars that had penalties as a result of qualifying, so your grid's going to be a little bit shaken up. Don't forget, for those of you watching along for the first time, what does this class entail? Well, it's a bunch of Honda CRZs, a mix of a couple of Toyota Yaris's, a Honda Jazz or two, a Toyota Altis, and a Ford Fiesta. I'm a Ford fan, Dan, so I'm quite partial to that Ford Fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, it is good to see that Kajonsak back again this year with that Ford Fiesta. And it does stand out amongst the, to be honest, quite overwhelming number of Hondas on the grid based on the qualifying results. So we'll see how he goes. And yeah, times here reasonably close. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see though what happens with, say, basically to be more specific. Yeah, the 5 cars that got disqualified. We had the number 23 Toyota Altis from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, that and the other Gazoo Racing Thailand entry, number 25 Toyota Yaris. Both of those cars got disqualified in the final results for qualifying. So hopefully, as you said, hopefully have that information as to what caused it. They would have been second and third on the grid as well, which is kind of a big deal. We also then had Tanaroj, who we saw last year racing in his number 14 Honda CRZ, back again this year, but also disqualified from qualifying after what would have been a P5 result for him. You have Budamont and Chanyabut sharing the number 95 CRZ teammates to Tanaroj. Their time would have been good for, I think, about 7th or 8th, but also disqualified there as well. And the number 15 Honda City from Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand with Tadabi behind the wheel, disqualified as well in what would have been towards the back of the pack, but definitely well at a 2 minute point 2 would have been well within the provisional or the cutoff time at 110% of pole position is how they work it here in the Super Compact. So yeah, just waiting on some footage from the circuit, and then we'll be hopefully ready to call the action.
So we are starting to get some pictures trickle in from the track. We're in the gridding formation at the moment for the Super Compact, so we will be just a couple minutes away from the first race of the weekend. Lots to talk about though in terms of the popularity of the series. It's back. Thailand Super Series is really starting to get popular. We've had a massive complement added to the super pickup cars. I think we're up to above 50 cars across both classes, so it's going to be really interesting to see how that develops. Numbers are up here in the Super Super Compact and Super Eco as well. You can see that just the grid's just padded out a lot more. Incredibly, the GT3's numbers are up significantly as well. A lot of shuffling about in that GT3 paddock as well. There's been a second Honda NSX added to that pack. If you're a big fan of the Honda NSXs, again, hand goes up from me. Big fan of those. But Hank Kicks, the big news is that he opted to step down from the team owner driver role in the GT3 coverage. And he steps back into a GT4, opens up another seat. So there's a number of seats up and down the field that's sort of been opened up. Two cars, I believe. No, 4 cars. Sorry, my apologies. Still coming out of that absolute B-Quik outfit, a build out of GT4s. There's a couple of Aston Martins now in that GT4 field. The Team Viper Nizza Racing have moved out of the Aston Martin for this year in the GT3 coverage. There's so much that's going on in the press releases. I was reading over the last couple of days, and there's been a huge New Zealand complement that's starting to move over there and get racing. Some more Australian drivers. Sandy Stuvik is back after racing for a year over in Italy. There's so much that's happened in the off season here, Dan.
Yeah, it has been busy, and well, there we go. The safety car will pull away from the grid, and I expect we'll hopefully see our field lead us away. So looking at the numbers here, we do have 20 starters for this race, and the cars, that did get disqualified from qualifying, they just obviously shuffled to the back of the grid. So the formation lap will begin here, and they'll roll away around the Chang International Circuit and get ready to go racing. An hour on the clock, you saw it there up on the timing screen, so waiting to see when things get going here. But I believe it is a rolling start for these guys in the Super Compact class, so they will make sure we get away here in a couple of minutes' time as the drivers get their final preparations, warm the cars up, and get ready to race here.
There's so much that's happened in the off-season. Yeah, so just sort of sitting down and talking about things. What have we got on for you today? Well, we've got race number 1 for the Super Compact, so it's going to be an hour in terms of everything coming on. And here's your starting grid as well as a layout of the track map. New colors. Always love a fancy track map that comes on through. It's the rundown of turn number 1, really wide open, lots of room to use the track limits. Track limits was a big discussion point when we were here last year. In terms of things, the run down to turn 3 and that big braking zone was your ultimate overtaking opportunity. And then settle down in, get yourself sorted. Slick tires for the Super Compacts this year. They will handle that hour beating that they're about to take, but it's going to be about looking after your tires, setting yourself up. Draft is a big factor here too, Dan. If you can stay on with the car ahead, not burn up too much rubber and just leave yourself with a chance at the tail end, that's quite critical.
Of course, here. So we now bring the grid up on screen just a moment here for race 1 of the year for Thailand Super Compact here in the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. It starts at the front with Tanner Patra in the number 5 and the Cheetahphon on that front row. Bichaya and Chotanin on the second, Punapat and Mitchell on the third, and Tanathorn on row number 4 for this race. Top half of the field, rounded out by Kajonsak and Kitiafan, Yotsalrun and Shane making your first 6 rows. Torntep and Puapon there on the 7th row. Nakarit and Nadol on the 8th. These are just 2 final rows in the form of Nawarat, Tanaroj, and then Budamont and Sitravi to round out our 20 drivers who will start this race here, Scott. And getting ready to get this action underway now. About half a lap left. They'll start forming back up into their double file positions. Yeah,
probably an important point to discuss before we get into things. The cars that actually do have 2 drivers, it's a much more even split. We did see a number of drivers last year sharing the cars. It was, most of the field basically that was sharing, but the 69 of a Cheetahphon will be sharing with Ayrton off of the front row. Then it's back to row number 6 for the next car who's sharing, which is the 38 machine with Mitchell behind the wheel and Mohammed Nakib. From there on, it's the 24 car with Thanathorn and Jirapat. We'll also be sharing before it's Yotsaroon. We'll be swapping over for Hidetaro in the 88 machine, all the way back out of 11th. Pirapet and Thornthep in the 27 will be sharing. The 33 car of Fuapon and Faofong off of 14th as well. Then we also have Nadol sharing with 10 Chinook out of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. The other Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand is a solo driver entry. Budamont and Chenyabut in the 95 is the other car. So you can see, down to a lot more single driver entries. Well, 60 minutes plus 1 lap. We're going to be going racing here as they round the final corner in just a few moments. The green flag for the first time for 2024. It's a pleasure to be back for the Thailand Super Series. Your Super Compact are going to kick us off. The lights are on at the front of the field. They roll down out of the last corner, and now it's going to be green flag racing. The timer ticks off 60 minutes. The first racing laps for 2024. And who's got the run down at turn number 1? That's going to be the key. Tip it in. Don't use all the track limits on the outside. You've got an hour. Look at them all banked up, and I think that might have been the Fiesta they were banked up behind. 4 wide in the background. Now tries to settle it down. Everyone tries to find their racing room as they come off the curbing. It's standing room only as they come off of turn 1. The drive all the way down to the sharp hairpin down at turn 3. The doubles all the way back. Who's going to be brave on the brakes? Who's trying to bring tyres up to temperature? And the red car in the background tries to slot in. Just barely manages to do so. The long way around. Look at the cars right out and wide on the outside of turn 3, Dan.
It is busy there as everyone's scrambling for position and then back up to speed again here. Second longest straight of the circuit, I believe, from turn 3 here towards turn 4 on this run to the inner section here. Still got plenty of 2 wide action. It's calmed down at the front. Looks like Tanapatra there off the front row getting a really nice jump and indeed leading the field through turns 4 and 5 here. 2 wide there. One of our Honda CRZs very wide in the background. I'm just trying to see if I can figure out that might have been number 17 perhaps. Hard to say, unfortunately, as we watch these cars now make their way through turns 5, 6, 7, and wind their way up towards the back of the circuit here at race pace for the first time.
Yeah, now it's settle yourself down on it in. The trickier part of the circuit is coming off that corner up there in the background, which is going to be quite key. Turn 8 through turn 9, and then we get through the uphill section through 10 and 11. It's about balancing the car. Don't run too wide off the exit of 9. Then flick it back to the left-hand side. Carry the speed. Don't abuse the tyre too much. Get your run on down to one of the shorter straights down to turn 12. And turn 12, incredibly sharp. It's more than 90 degrees. Sort of sweeps back around on itself. As you can see, getting in, and now it's just about settling in, making sure you're in the right spot. You can see the field already starting to spread way out. So it's going to be Thanapatra who's going to lead us away by just under a second, 9/10 of a second to the 69 machine with the Cheetah Font behind the wheel. Chayar in third. Funapat, Chotanin, and Mitchell are going to be your top 6 as they all get in. And now wide at turn number 1 is the next entry. That's going to have Jonathan behind the wheel. And he's going to lose a spot at turn 1, potentially a lot more, as he did not get drive off of turn 1, down the back straight as well. Trying to settle themselves down on an end. And reminder, 60 minutes. These guys never fail to get exciting after the first lap of action.
Yeah, not at all. So we focus in here on the number 23 machine, one of our Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entries, which, making some very strong moves in the opening lap. Don't forget, that car was one of the 5. It was disqualified from qualifying. And looking like they're trying to make their way forward pretty quickly here, get back to where they were, because those cars were strong in qualifying based on the lap times. And so definitely looking to hopefully see them make their way back towards the front of the field, as you can see there. For the 59 was Chotham in the background there, as in behind the next pack of cars. How about this? So led up by the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand cars there, the number 25. As pardon me, we had a bit of a moment here, but yeah, it's all kinds of busy action through the back half of this field. This is somewhere in and around, I think, 14th or thereabouts on back. Actually, probably a little bit more cars than that, Scott. But we've got here John Sack in that Ford Fiesta trying to get around the number 15. Honda City there, but no dice. Sitavi going to stay in front on this second lap here as they work their way through.
That'll be a track limits warning though for that 14 machine. So it's difficult, isn't it? You just got to find your way in, find that rhythm, settle it all back down on. And for Kajon Sak, he's obviously not had a great start to this one, but for the meantime, still okay. Still trying to find some space. Still trying to fight it all the way down to the apex of the final corner. Gonna get to the inside, and Kajon Sak's just forced to sit and watch and hope that he can get a run out off the last corner and at least get some drive. And you can see 13 machines already starting to drop off the tail end of the pack. I believe that's Nakarit behind the wheel of the Honda Jazz GK. Saying the field's starting to lose touch, but in the meantime, Thanapatra's led every lap thus far. Reminder as well, compulsory pit stop for all your 60-minute classes today. And a driver swap for those with the 2 driver teams. But that number 5 Honda CRZ has been quite tricky to get close to. Thanapatra is looking supreme at the moment out front.
He is looking good, but he's not got the pure pace at this stage. Actually, Chitafon in behind, slightly quicker on the last lap, both in terms of lap time and speed. We're going to go to first replay of the day here. So, oh, there we go. Way hot turn 3. Oh, dear. Buried in the tyre wall. We weren't aware of that one there. I have to see if they've been able to get that car out. The 33 can see trapped at sector 1 timing there on the circuit. So I don't know if they're going to be able to get that one out because that was also looking pretty thick sand here. So odds of a safety car are high. The pit window is not open until we get to 35 minutes left in this race. So they won't be able to do anything about it. It'll just bunch the field up in that case. As there we go, yellow flags in the background. Yep, safety car boards and flags coming out, Scott.
Was it just me, Dan, or did he not stop at all? That was such a high rate of speed. I wonder whether or not there might have been a brake failure of some description. Not a complete failure, but enough to say that he couldn't pull the car up properly at all because it just skipped all the way in. Maybe even a stuck through. It skipped over the sand as well, the gravel. So hope that Fuapon is okay. That was a heavy impact. Heavy impact.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. It's a good observation to make. Yeah, there's no reason that car would have been going in that hot without a probable mechanical failure, unfortunately. So they all bunch up behind Tanapatra as they make their way down the front straight, and will get collected by the safety car.
Was it?
I believe I saw 33, but I can also see, yes, on the track map, 66 there got trapped at what would be the sector 2 timing marker, although... Yeah, so yeah, because 33 is moving. Yeah. We've lost the Honda Fit of Shane Ung. I'm being told, yes, it is indeed. Yeah, the 66 was the car that went in. So apologies for getting that one wrong. Yeah, the 33, yeah, of Puapon and Palfong. The Alpha Factory Racing by Polestar Honda CRZ. That's still going, but towards the back of the field. So basically packs everyone up now together once again. And just have to wait for a couple of minutes and laps to hopefully get that 66 machine cleared away from the circuit. And hopefully, yeah, all good for Shane Ung. Because as you said, high-speed entry there.
I just want to see him moving because it was a big impact. There, you can see the crew's already down there to extract that car out of the barriers, but there was no locked brake. That's the key. There was no locked brake at all.
Yeah, very true, consider. Yeah. So thankfully, did find the tyres. It looks like there's a decent amount of tyre bundle protection down there at turn 3, given it is the longest straight of the circuit, and you're coming down to nice tight hairpin. You can also see there that angle we got with the chopper cam, how the track narrows up quite substantially too. You're given so much space on that run from turn 1 to turn 3 to be able to fight, and then it narrows down to more like this width of the circuit we see here in the infield through that hairpin and on the way out towards turn 4. So hopefully this safety car here won't take long. Hopefully we'll see Shane Ung out of the car and doing better and able to then just start thinking about refocusing. We'll see Super Compact back tomorrow. Hopefully that car can also be repaired and he can get back out on track and have another crack at the race. But for now, unfortunately, it will be day done for him.
Yeah, that's a way to start. And reminder, this is the 12th season too of the Thailand Super Series. So 12 years of history. 11 years worth of history. Starting season number 12. And with the Buriram United soccer team field in the background. There was a fair bit of debate last year at the tail end that we got told that the same company that owns the soccer team owns the circuit as well. So they've repurposed or used supplies from the soccer field to come over and jump into the grandstands, build out all the seats. It gets that stadium sort of vibe to it. It's a brilliant track. I mean, MotoGP coming here as well. It's just fast, it's flowing, it's wide. Like we said last year, track limits is always up for discussion at every point. Because look at it, there's so much runoff area. And of course, you try telling a racing driver he's got to stay within the white lines.
Well, I mean, yeah, you'd think most racing drivers, they'll generally follow that rule. But turn 1, Turn 1 here obviously is one of the ones that everyone likes to sort of push the limits where they can. We might see in some of the bigger cars later on today that they might have a bit of a fun time really pushing things there. Especially on those race starts, tyres might be a little cold still, and that will make for an interesting bit of it there. As you watch here, some of the team managers and members down there on the pit lane just trying to keep in touch with their drivers and keep things up to date. But another lap under safety car here for the time being, so will be more cooling off of the cars. But the field most definitely compacted back up here, and that's going to give cars down towards the back half of the field. I mean, in particular, looking to see what those Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand cars can do. I mean, saying that, Dole, I think, behind the wheel of the number 23, already up to 5th place from what would have been a 14th place, 15th place starting position. So that was quite something there. And the second of those cars with Norat behind the wheel, still down in 11th, but that's still good gains from those cars. We also say that there are more to worry about in that back half of the field. So we'll look forward to seeing how they go. But also drivers that started strong and unfortunately have dropped back a bit. Hopefully to see them push forward as well.
How good's the expansion of colours? I'm a big fan of this number 16 car. The colours of it, quite good. You can see they're finally extracting that car. The front end doesn't look great. We haven't obviously got a shot from the other side of the car, but there's definitely going to be an opportunity to repair that car, I think, for tomorrow. At least it happens first thing this morning. It gives you a lot of time to get that one put back together in time for tomorrow's racing action. For those of you who are watching along at the moment, going, what does the day look like? Well, a little bit of a rundown in terms of things. We will jump from Super Compact. So this is the replay. The left front was locked up a little bit. It looks like it's got drive. That might be a stuck throttle.
Yeah, that also checks out. Again, definitely full crank on the steering pretty much there too, trying to get that thing. So thankfully, looks like the side of the car mostly has taken the brunt of that hit. That might have hopefully spread the impact out along the length of the vehicle, and then also decent tyre bundles there to hopefully keep that all in check. So looking at things here, half a lap down, car starting to be probably one more lap here under safety car, I'd expect, Scott. So give the drivers plenty of time to wait on this one. We'll get going again, hopefully nice and soon. It will mean, looking at the numbers here, probably about 45 minutes of racing left on the clock, maybe a little bit less than that when we restart this race. Then about 10 minutes after that, the pit window will open. So there's a whole bunch of ifs, buts, and maybes there as to and when you've only got 10 minutes as well, to come and take your compulsory pit stop. So you can't wait a whole lot of time. It is all about getting it done pretty quickly here. As you've got more drivers, more teams down in the pit lane. Fortunately, always saw here's another 36, and obviously the Mercedes AMG branding in the back of that shot. Beyond that, unfortunately, I couldn't quite tell you which team they might have been with here, but so far steady once again.
So I think one of the important things to point out is what does our coverage for the day look like. So from Super Compact, so like we said, 60 minutes plus a lap here. So remember, at the conclusion of 60 minutes, they will get that one lap board. We'll jump over to the Supercar GTM GT4 class. There's been a big expansion in that roster. We're already talking about Hank Kicks jumping back into a GT4 car out of the absolute B-Quik outfit. The expansion to add some Aston Martins into the GT4s, and then your GTM cars as well. So qualifying one for those guys will start from 9:30 local time. Race here due to run through to about 9:15, 9:20. From there, we'll take a short 10-minute break for them to rejig those cars, and we'll run into qualifying 2. After that is qualifying 1 and 2 for the Thailand Super Series GT3 outfit. So if you are looking for some action underway nice and early for the GT3 class, that will happen. Safety car in this lap, confirmation as we get towards the tail end of that. And then race number 1 just before the lunch break will be the TSS Supercar GTC category. So that gets us through until the lunch and break. 2 sets of qualifying to come for both of the GTM and GT3 cars and the race for the GTC category. We've just received a notification as well. The Nardole entry might be under investigation for passing under safety car. That normally doesn't flash up unless there's something that's happened there. We wouldn't be receiving a notification they're looking into it unless they definitely think that there's some wrongdoing there. So we'll keep you up to date with the latest of that breaking story. Safety car will pull away here, probably out the exit at turn 9. And from there, we'll be back under the hands of Thanapatra. And like you said, some guys to keep an eye on, including the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team cars.
Except, as you said, yeah, now one of them under investigation there. They are on screen, the number 23. And as I was saying, impressively up to 5th place from 15th to start this race. But now potentially at risk of having to transit the pit lane additionally for a bit of a procedural blunder there. So lights are now out on the safety car. Wait to see exactly when they pull away here. As that confirmation message has also come through the race management channel. There we go. Yep, at turn 9, just like you called it. Safety car will start pulling away from the field. So now in the hands of Thanapatra, or at least will be in a little bit. The tyre warming still going on here. Try and get some temperature back in the cars, and we'll see how long Thanapatra waits. Obviously, it's a decently long front straight as well, off of a reasonably more than 90-degree hairpin. So it's a 90-degree hairpin, 90-degree corner. So it's fairly tight through there, and drivers will be looking to try and make the most of it here. So clock ticking down, going to be about 44.5 minutes on the clock, and I think Thanapatra's already gone here. Top 3 ready for that one there. The 34 of Punapat a little bit caught out, as indeed safety car barely in the pit lane. Green flags will fly here once again in the Thailand Super Compact. 44 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, let's see this time, though, if a Cheetahphone can find something. Obviously, Thanapatra was very, very keen to get out early and punch as clear as he possibly could have. But like you said, fastest lap of the race thus far is actually going to go the way, I believe, of the 14 entry deeper in the field. So they've got some work to do for the YK Motorsports CRZ, driven by Thanaroj at the moment. Remember, Thanaroj to the rear of the field, so he's done a phenomenal job cutting his way through. Hasn't been presented with the same amount of opportunities, perhaps, as the 23. But you've got to get aggressive as they do get 3 wide on the entry down there. The 34 car of Funapat has been passed by 2. They were so tight when they got down to the apex, down at turn 3, and now he's still being assaulted, and it's going to be Nardal who will have a crack at him when we get down here. Chayar and a Cheetahphone going toe-to-toe, and nearly an opportunity for Funapat to get in there as well. It's all over. It's still coming. Here comes the 23 entry of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand car. Gonna have a crack. Still down to the inside. Forced to cover it from Funapat and forced to run wide. They didn't take long to get back to racing action.
No, they did not. And it brings in drivers now in behind. They to stack up behind the 34 a little bit. Here you've got Mitchell and Thanaroj, the next 2 cars in line. In fact, actually, it's Thanaroj there, who's first in line, I should say, in behind the number 23 Yaris as they work their way up to the back of the circuit once again. As I said, 2 of our cars here that was disqualified from the official results in qualifying. Now on the charges, then you also bring in the 38 of Mitchell to the inside of Thanaroj for half a moment there at turn 9, but they're all going for moves. They all can't get through, and now they try and put the hammer down using all of the track and then sub Scott as they try and get the cars back up to speed. But top 3 is starting to break away a little bit as the defense continues for P4.
Yeah, and I think Funapat is really trying to hang on to this one. Now to the outside comes the 23. And gonna try and pull alongside for Nardal. They've lost positions on this opening lap. And is he going to get the drive off? I don't think he's actually going to get the drive off. And now he's going to start to come under threat from the car behind him. And it's Thanaroj who all of a sudden starts to come through. Hands up and watching for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand in the pit wall. All they can do is sit and watch. They've got to trust their driver. And Nardal is doing all he possibly can, but he's getting boxed about the ears at the moment. Thanaroj grabs the spot. Now the drive on down to turn number 3. Is he going to be able to pull away? Yeah, I think he has pulled away by a stretch of the imagination right there for Thanaroj, so he has got supreme pace in that car. Last time by 58.4 and was on par with the leaders, whereas Nardal ran a 58.9, so half a second slower, and you can already see it, that 14 entry so quick already starting to pull away.
Well, I wouldn't say he's pulling away just yet, because here we come, out of turn 3 towards turn 4. And Nardal looking once again on the attack. The big problem is here, you go on the attack, you potentially then put yourself vulnerable to more moves. As speaking of more moves in behind the 23, we've now got that Nexter racing 59 and the 38 fighting. Mitchell lost a spot there to Chotten, but he's going to take that spot back here in the middle of the lap. And they try and line up. You can see Thanaroj in particular is looking like he's going to go after Punapat pretty quickly here. As you see, they come out of Sector 2 in towards the third sector here at this circuit. So it actually makes for a bit of an interesting look there on the track as they bounce around. You can also see a message on the timing screens that the number 15 machine over Sitavi, the Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand Honda City, has been given a black and white flag for exceeding the track limits. That's the first one of the race. It's officially come through as we continue to watch Nardole and Mitchell now scrapping. This is over sixth place as the lead is starting to heat up. Here comes the Cheetahphone to the inside of Tanapatra at the final corner.
Yeah, and you can see Thanapatra's gone, yep, all right, he was far enough up alongside. I might just have to yield this one, drop in, and we'll see if we can keep punching away. They're starting to stretch the legs just a little bit. They've punched out that gap now back to Funapat and that 34 machine and Thanaroj as that battle continues. But for now, they do need to start to spread some time, and I wonder whether or not Cheetahphone was just sitting on those tyres a little bit, looking after things. Pit lane will open in about 4 minutes' time. And we are getting close on that one, which means how long do these first drivers run? How long do they want to wait? And I tell you what, Budamont's found some time as well. Will be deeper in the pack. The 95 entry goes to the fastest lap of the race. New fastest Sector 1 time for the 25 entry. And have a look at this. This is the replay of the move to the inside. Late on the brakes. Caught him napping just a little bit. But there was a hole there. And Cheetahphone parks his Honda CRZ down there. Mugen Thailand Singer RPM by Insane Team now lead the way.
I mean, caught napping, I guess you could say that. At the same time, I guess if Tanapatra in his interest to just keep racing, not disrupt the flow as well, of course. So yeah, a bit of back and forth there as to who's going to be the car that wants to lead the race. We'll see if Tanapatra's got the pace to stick with, because the Cheetahphone on this lap, fastest second sector of anyone in the race so far. Now that he's even in clean air, so doesn't need the slipstream to make it work here. As you can see them leaning on these cars as they try and push through here. And indeed, a message has come through on the race control channel at number 23, Honda Gazoo Racing Thailand of Nardole, and it will be Tanchanok sharing that car later on, has been found to have passed under the safety car and will have a 15-second time penalty at their compulsory stop in this race. And with the way the field is all still reasonably packed up, that is going to hurt that car and send it down towards the back once again.
Yeah, not an opportunity to stretch its legs and start to get that field spread that they're looking for. And at this point in time, 15 seconds from where they currently stand will put them right at the tail end of the field. There's only going to be one or two cars really behind them right now. Have a look at this pack, though, with Funapat, I believe, at the head. And now they're all starting to queue up in behind him. Runs his best lap of the race. But I tell you what, the 69 entry jumps to the race lead, gets a little bit of clear air, stops having to fight the cars around him. 57.377. Time starting to come down. Confirmation of that one. 57.377. Right at the top of that timing tower. And at the moment, the only car in terms of the 157s at this point in time might have saved up a little bit of rubber, might have brought them back in nice and calmly. As they start to come up to temperature and pressure, they're going to cop a beating around here. So many long corners, so many loaded corners. You've got to be careful on your tyres. Now the 23 of Nardole starting to come back a little bit at the 14 entry. So it's YK Motorsports versus Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. To the inside this time, though, for the 23 as they run up the hill and into 4. Got to run it a little bit tight. You can see the dust on the track. Comes back off the curbs, pinches him a little bit, and the hole disappears as they get down here to turn 5. Has to back out of that one. And once again, the 14 car will hold position. More black flags. Black and white flags, sorry, my apologies. Not black flags at this point in time. 13, 23, and 59. So the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entry. The stewards have got their eye on that one.
Yeah, exceeding track limits. So they're starting to now come in force. That's now 4 cars that have been warned for pushing it. As Mitchell to the inside of Nardole through turn 9, and he will get clear. Move done. Pushing the 23 back another spot. As this time, Thanaroj looks to be a little closer to Punapat here as we come out of turns 10 and 11. Is there going to be something at turn 12? Perhaps Mitchell, though. Poor run out of turns 10 and 11. 23 of Nardole trying to get round the outside at the final turn. Gets hung out to dry. Meanwhile, right in front, you've also got Thanaroj finally through on Punapat for P4.
Yeah, that's critical for their race. They've now got to try and disappear up the road for Thanaroj. If he can, whilst everyone behind him is squabbling, you can just see that Yaris is just sort of struggling a little bit for the straight line speed of the CRZs around it. And There's 3 Toyotas in the field. 2 of them are run by the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entry. The third run by Wing Hin Motorsports. And that is the 38 machine that you see on the screen, really getting into it. And you can see everyone's getting around it and thoroughly enjoying the racing action down from the pit lane as it currently stands, still going for dive bombs. And now it's a little bit of a rough up at the apex. 38 machine, Mitchell gets in there. And now we're going to nearly be 2 wide, back to 3 wide. Back from 3 wide, back to 2 wide. My word, they're getting excited about this one. Funapat starting to slow these guys up. You can just see he's so weak there, Dan, on the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, it is a little telling there, and not in a good way. As meanwhile, in the background, that's Budamon getting up the outside of Mitchell into turn 4. Move done before they swing into the turn. So very nicely done there indeed. But Mitchell diving back up the inside. Contact will spin the 95 around at turn 5, but it's only a half spin there, thankfully. There for Budamon. He's able to catch the car and get going again, but it's going to send that car tumbling down. The timing results there. I thought that had been a nicely done move. Unfortunately, that is not the case, as indeed 35 minutes left on the clock. The pit window is now open, and they have 10 minutes to come in and complete their compulsory pit stop. So we wait to see who is going to come to the pits first. Achitafon still leading this race from Tanapatra and Chaya. Let's wait to see, will any of these 3 come to the lane on this opening lap? They've broken a nice little gap back to Tanaroj there in 4th place. And it will be race leader straight in here. So there we go, going to get out of the way nice and early.
Yeah, and I'm expecting probably a few cars from that pack in behind to jump out of that pack. The key factor, Dan, is they're just squabbling. They're costing themselves so much time relative to everyone else. You've got to dive out of that pack. Who's going to dive to the lane first time by? It's going to be obviously race leader, but then it's the 14 of Thanaroj. So getting in and getting their driver chain gets the 69 machine swapped over. That's now going to be Ayrton that's going to get into that car. Change over there, and now pit lane becomes very, very busy. The 88 machine into the lane as well. And this will be the driver swap from Yotsarun to Hitaharu, and overshot their pit bay by a fair way.
Yeah, it is actually quite a pushback there, unfortunately, there for the 88s. That will cost them some time, since we'll have some... There goes that. Got the driver assistant there, basically pulling one driver out, pull the second one forward, and get themselves settled in here to get this pit stop complete. As well, actually keep an eye on the track as well here. So now you're leading 2 that are still out there and circulating quite close together. As we've got the next Honda CRZ. If that was the number 16, maybe? Yes, it would indeed be the number 16, Klatifan. Doesn't have a driver to swap with, but still got to get this compulsory stop done. As we've had another notice come through on the race control channel, Scott, 5-second time penalty to the number 15 machine of Sit RV coming from the back of the field in the Honda City for Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand, but going to have to hold for an additional 5 seconds at their pit stop as we focus there on Tanaporn and Durapat's number 24 machine. They're out of the pits. As here we go. So 92 stays out. Chaya will keep on going, but looks like Tanapatra going to respond and come to the pit lane here at the second time round.
Yep, M&M Racing Team takes the lead for the 92. Change for the lead. Pit stop cycle well and truly underway, and with potential threat of another safety car is the other problem. These guys are just trying to get themselves in, get this sorted, and get back underway. You can see just about the rest of the field have come to the pit lane on this lap. There's only going to be about 4 or 5 cars that haven't completed their pit stop straight away. And with 2-minute lap times, they've really only got a 4 to 5 lap window to get that stop done, which is why you're seeing the amount of activity in the lane. That I reckon it's only going to be a 4 lap window, Dan, because the problem is the time they come around for that fifth lap, they're going to be outside the window. It started sort of halfway through the lap. If it had started right at the start of a lap, they'd have enough time to have a 5 lap pit stop window. When that pit lane window started, it is only going to be a 4 lap window. So we've probably got this lap, current lap as all the other cars speed by, and one more for them to get into the lane. So it's going to be about serving that one as quickly as possible. Who's got their pit stop numbers right? Who has run for exactly the right amount of time? It's 24 and 92. Next to racing entry. I'm going to go toe-to-toe. And that one's going to take a while to resolve, because remember, that's our race leader, by the way, Chaya, coming around to lap the 24 who's already served their pit lane stop. And confirmation as well. Stewards are having a look at that contact between the 95 and 38, which you don't blame them. They've got to have a look at it. But we'll keep you up to date with more coming your way on that one.
Yeah, that we will. So Triar's now caught one of the cars that has come to the pit lane, and hopefully not going to be held up too much there by the number 24 machine. As we'll see here, peel in. Yes, it does. So about halfway through the pit window, and I'm now seeing only about 2 or 3 cars left that have to come into their stop. Triar will not be one of them anymore. Now, also noting here with the way the pit stops work in Super Compact, minimum pit stop time of 90 seconds is the baseline for all cars, and there is basically adjustments made based on driver pairings and driver gradings is the main thing here. So drivers that are solo have to add 4 seconds to their pit stop time by the looks of things. If you've got a C-class driver or a double C-class pairing, you lose 5 seconds there. So for the most part, the field is fairly straightforward. But ranging anywhere from about 85 seconds on the low side for a double C-class pairing through to 94 seconds for single drivers in A or B class. Actually, in C class too, if you're single, that's subtracted 5 for being C. So there's a bit of variance in the pit stop time. I unfortunately don't know if it's the time from pit entry to pit exit or if it's the stationary box time. Yeah. So that is also a part of the game. Then is knowing what your transit time is down the lane. How short can you make the stationary time in the box as a result?
Was actually down a part of a production car weekend over here in Australia, and that was one of the debates we were having. There was 2 endurance races for that across the weekend, and it was debate, what's our pit lane transit delta? Okay, that means our pit stop has to be this long. So always really, or the length of time it takes you to travel the length of the pit lane. But yeah, you get that wrong, you get slapped hand over fist as well. And we saw that. Do you remember the Bang Seng Grand Prix in the GT3 class last year, where I think it was like 3 or 4 cars got their pit stops wrong in terms of time duration across the length. And now here comes the rejoin as everyone gets back out there and gets back underway. And a couple more cars come through the lane. Don't forget, we've got Nadal in that 23 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entry. They're going to have to sit an extra 15 seconds in the lane in that car, unfortunately for them. But rules are always pretty clear as down to the inside comes that move. The 92 will defend as everyone's continuing to go and racing. Got a little bit offline, though, in the middle of the corner, and there was no traction there for 92. And that is the position swapped around. So everyone else just about to get their pit stops done. Confirmation the 23 entry is now in the lane. They'll do their driver swap, prepping the car, making sure that they can get in and out nice and cleanly. Of course, the fan to cool the engine at the front end with the heat this weekend. Oh no, I've just seen another message that's just come through. Car 15 under investigation for speeding in the pit lane.
That's unfortunate there. Yeah. For CZRV in that Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand Honda City, unfortunately. Going from bad to worse, it seems, as we watch this pit stop happen in the background. But you also got the racing action on track. And at the moment, it's still a little crazy. Technically, yeah, the number 23 in the lead, but yeah, they will drop back. So it looks like it will be the number 69, Mugen Thailand Singer RPM by Insane Machine. Should have Ayrton on board at this time. Will be your new race leader once these cars all cycle through. There they are. If that's them there, my goodness, they've pulled a wonderful lead there at the front of the field. Tanner Roj in second. And it's the number 34 Sky Gallery Racing Team. It's putting a pat in that all-black Honda City back up into what will be third place once this all cycles through here. So that's very impressive there to say. So there goes to second. There's Punapat third, but he's now got Mahaban Nakib on board the number 38 machine in behind us. There we go. There's a 23. Going to be a Tanchanok behind the wheel now, released from the pit lane. And yeah, a long way back from the battles that they were having in this race. And look at that there on the track map for the number 69 of Essence. That's a nicely done pit stop and well clear as a result.
Oh, a little bit of contact on the exit curbing, looking to try and rejoin the track, was the 34. and he got the drive off of the corner, but they were toe-to-toe. And now the 14 of Thanaroj is forced to sort of just sit and wait just a little bit. But that car's struggling for a little bit of straight line speed, but it's through the twisty bits down here. Look at how late on the brakes he is. Gets to the inside, and all of a sudden, Funapat's had to have a look up in that rearview mirror, looks alongside, and there goes the 14 machine. So although the 34's got the horses when it comes to the straight line speed, through the twisty bits, my word, that was supreme on the brakes. Now he's forced to cover. Back comes Funapat. Is he going to try and go the long way around at the turn 9 before they come through the chicane? And 15, confirmation, by the way, drive-through penalty, speeding in the pit lane. We'll be forced to come back through. And he's managed to hang on to it. And now, all of a sudden, Funapat comes under assault from the cars in behind him as well. So it's going to be, I believe, Thenapatra's the next car in line to have a go at him. And you can see quick and a straight, but watch when they get down here to the braking zone. Look at how quick everyone else is. They're struggling to pull that 34 machine up.
As there we go. 25 minutes left in the race. The pit window closes, and everyone has a pit stop next to their name, so that ticks off the boxes there. We actually also to give a bit more information about that speeding in the pit lane for car 15. If you remember back to, we watched the footage of 23 leaving the pit lane. The board said 60. That's 60 kilometers an hour. According to the notice on the timing screens, car 15 was clocked at up to 74 kilometers an hour in the pit lane. That is a massive infringement there to be that far over the speed limit. Maybe a pit speed limiter that was on the car didn't engage properly, but nevertheless, that's going to send that car right down the back once again as we see the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand cars, that there being the 25 of Norapat taking a spot off Tanapatra. So the number 5 machine looking a little vulnerable here in this second half of the races we've gotten going once again, and that pack for second is a very angry Hornet system. Look at that there once again. The 34 machine of Punapat strong through the opening sector, gets back up behind Muhammad Nakib, but now in this middle sector, we should see here the 38 will just power. And look at that there through turn 5. It's comfortable, it's confident, and that's where it's getting the margin there. Is maybe even something like maybe not getting the right gear for the car, perhaps? Because the acceleration doesn't look too great out of the corner as well initially.
Well, it'd just be the lack of the minimum speed in the corners, really. And now under assault comes the 25. Get the job done. The problem is he's got to be right up and onto that, and another car wide in the background as well. Might have been the 95 of Budamont behind the wheel. By the way, new fastest lap of the race by the 24 with Giropat behind the wheel, although down in 13th position, but took 2 seconds out of the cars ahead on that most recent lap. So expect that battle to get really, really tight. Indeed, he's got a lot of cars just ahead of him on the road that might start to be able to get some overtaking done. Continuing to defend. Well, the problem is, I think you've just got to get good drive. You've got to be close to this 34 entry as you come through these sort of sectors. And the problem is, defending for Norat has meant that he is going to be a touch slower off the final corner. And Thanapatra is right there, just about getting ready to wrap out a little bit of music on the rear bumper. As they get down to turn number 1, points in, they both get reasonably good drive. Now it's the straight line sector. Watch the 34 car skip away as they get off of turn 1 and the run down to turn 3. The kink in the straight, turn 2 as they crest the left-hander here. And already moves across to the right-hand side of the road, looking for braking markers, looking to fill that mirror. That Yaris is not slow in a straight line either. Gets a little bit closer, but squiggly on the brakes. Not quite able to pull that car up nice and accurately. But it's right here. The 34 is so slow off that corner. Now battling in the background as well. Because here comes the 92 as he gets a lot closer. So it'll be 95, 92, and 59, which will be Budamont, Chayar, and Chotanen all squabbling away for track position. Oh, my word, Dan. There's still 20 minutes worth of racing to come.
And they're all packed up in these battles here. Dive to the inside at turn 5. The 25 machine goes for the inside. Doesn't get it work done, though. And as a result, very slow as he tries to recover the car there for Norat. That's going to allow Tanapatra, Budamont, Chayar, I think all of them get through. We're going to sit here on the replay straight away once again. And again, trying to get up the inside of the 34 of Punapat here at turn 5. It looks to be an identified weak spot now from several of the drivers. But when you do that, that's not going to help you run through the corner. And means that they're going to have to fall to this back of this pack here. But you can see they're still fighting, not out of this one. Yeah, I had a couple more bits of news from race control. First of all, that incident before the pit stop window between the 95 and the 38 machines. That has been deemed actually no further action on that incident there. So for Mitchell and Mohammed Nakib, who are now currently in third place, they are going to get away. Well, not get away with it necessarily. There's nothing more to that incident there, so they will be able to hang on to P3 in this race. Unfortunately for Budamont and Chanyabut, back in 7th, they're going to have to work their way through manually here in this one, it seems, as there they are on screen right now. We've also had several cars, but we don't know who exactly, are under investigation for pit stop times, and the first of them has come through. Scott, the number 33 machine, who unfortunately is down in 14th place of Puapon and Palfong in the Alpha Factory Racing team by Pulsar number 33. There they are on screen. They have a 1 second stop and go penalty for a short pit stop. And looking at the official numbers, they were in the lane for 1 minute and 29 seconds. Oh, to be off by a second is painful. And yeah, they've just got that one ever so slightly wrong, and it's going to cost them a whole lot more time as they come down the pit lane a second time in this race to clear that out.
Yeah. And now that 25 car's got some work to do as well. By the way, the 24 machine, remember how we were monitoring it and its fast lap times? One of the reasons for that, it's just received a black and white flag. So they're really pushing on in terms of track limits and using those up. Ran a 56 again on that most recent lap. They are 7 seconds back from Norarat. There is going to be enough time, I think, for them to get back to... They're taking 2 seconds a lap out of everyone. Getting to the lead is possible if they ran quali laps to the end. And again, the 34 car has to cover off. Funapat's just leaving the door open everywhere. Is there a problem on the exit, though? Now he sweeps back. No, he carries speed out. Just an alternative line from that 34 entry. It's quick enough in a straight line that it's good. It can cover. And the black and white flag as well. There was 2 of them that came out in that notification. The number 5 car, Thenapatra, who was just trying to have a go at Funapat. And it's still backing up. And now it's going to be Chaya who gets down to the inside. So we saw this one for the race lead. Now it's for the positions a little bit further back. Forced to touch wide. And pit stop coming in. Are they going to change the front left tyre? That's what that looks like.
Yeah, and that's the race leader, Scott. The 69 machine has had to come to the pit lane unscheduled.
That's a flat
front tire.
It was down.
Left front tire change, and that's going to be an absolute kicker for a Cheetahphon and Ayrton. Did such a good job. These 2 drivers here, both Class C grade, and you can see, this is the face of someone who I don't think is all too happy about that one there, because all of a sudden, unscheduled stop, fix it up, and away they go, and it hands the lead back to Tanaroj in the 14. Now out there in front by himself, and I had 7 or more seconds. To their name, and unfortunately, it's all gone astray thanks to a flat left front tyre.
Yeah, that's going to change a few things up. The other thing to consider as well is the 24 machine. Well, that brings him a fair way back towards the leaders now in terms of that pace. This time by dropped into the 57s, though. So have a look at our leaderboard. There is one other car that is in the 1 minute 57s as it currently stands. This battling right here, the 24 has got a shot at getting back to the podium. The 24 has got a shot at getting back to the podium with the lap times that they're running, because look at the battling that's going on. It's going to take some racecraft to get this done. Now, the 25's made some overtakes. Norarat's made some positions on this lap because the 92 and the 5 have been squabbling. So all of a sudden, he's gotten a lot closer back to the 34. He will get another shot, but they're having a look at the first time the contact that was made. The run out of turn number 8, the run down into turn number 9, and you can just see how settled that 92 car of Chaya is. The Unity by Insane, my apologies, the M&M Racing Team entry is, and confirmation now the field's just been shuffled as they come back through the start-finish line. It'll be the 14 of Thanaroj for YK Motorsports, who leads the way. Wing Hin Motorsports in the 38 is now P2. You've got something?
Yeah, they're in the background on, I believe that's the 95 of Chanyabut behind the wheel. Something is not right on the left-hand door, like a door seal or something there. Flapping in the breeze on the left-hand side of the 95. Unfortunately, we can't quite get a lock on that car there, but if we can just see in the background, perhaps, if this shot holds for long enough, look at that, they're flapping just on that top of the left-hand door, or the left side door.
Interesting. So that'll be something to keep half an eye on, and I'm still looking for Jirapat's 24. That's the car I'm trying to grab an eye of, that looks like it coming through there. And now they're going to swap back to the left-hand side of the road. That's where the 69s pop back out, by the way. Albeit not in a great racing place. And now he's going to have to try and cut his way through. The other thing I'm thinking about that one, Dan, is that's a tyre gone for the rest of the weekend, unless that's a qualifying tyre they've strapped back on that car and said, hey, we're going to use that. But if they're putting damage on that tyre now, that's keep your mind on that one for tomorrow. And their second race of the weekend. That 69 car is going to have a slightly more worn left front. And remember, this track, clockwise circuit, left front tyre takes a beating.
Yep, turn 1, turn 3, turn 6, I think, or 7, I think it is there. Yeah, turn 8, turn 9, turn 12. Oh my goodness, how's that there for track limits excursions for the number 25? That's not good. They're already got a warning, I believe, for black and white. Or am I getting that a bit crossed up? No, I am getting that crossed up. Apologies there. Also, update has come through from race control. No further action for the contact between the 25 and the 34 earlier on in this race. As there you go, in behind them, Jirapat has joined the fight. The orange CRZ there in the background is the 24. So now we've got Punapat for third, and then you've got this 6-car fight now that's brewing here. As no one can pass this 34 Honda City, as Jirapat gets 2 for 1 down to the final turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, the 25, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entry was absolutely a mile off the pace, dirt on those tyres, and now comes the 24 entry, the Nexter. It's easy to see that one. It pops, it comes through, it cuts its way through, it's grabbed 2 more spots. What was the lap time for them? 57.7. The cars around them, by the way, the 5 car in this battle pack ran a 2-minute lap time, so they're all getting held up. This is huge. It's going to be a huge amount of racing that's going on. 25 machines being... there's an incident between the 25 and the 93 machine, which is being investigated as well. I think those numbers are wrong. We'll get an update on that one as it comes through. But in the meantime, it's something in the vent intake of that car. It's not a door seal. It's the vent.
There it goes, flapping. That's the
It's
window.
the window.
No, the entire window has popped out of the door frame. So that's what it is, and it's caught something on the inside of the window there, I think. Possibly a vent there is, well, all that's been happening. We've had ourselves another pass here as Jirapat got past the number 5, Tanapatra, who tried again, though, to get it back into turn 5. No dice, says Jirapat. He will hang on to that position and go after Chaya for this 4th place, and then presumably have a crack at Punafat. All this fighting, of course, is meaning that our leading 2 cars are a little safer in all of this here. In saying that, on the track map there, these cars coming into turn 8, they're only through turns 9 through 11. As here we go, Jirapat forces Chaya to basically give up the inside of turn 9. Says, that's mine, thank you very much. You're not stopping me today. And job done through turns 9 into 10 and 11 here. And now Tanapatra wants a shot at the 92 as we get to the end of this lap.
Oh, now they're going to go side by side as they come out of 11. The run down to turn number 12. 5 versus 92 on the run down there. Finally managed to get it all sorted out. Now, have a look at Jirapat. He's going to be thinking about the crossover. Gets a great crossover. Might get the job done. Might show these guys what you've got to do to get past the 34. Funapat has been supreme, has been stout in his defense right up until 13 minutes to go. And at that point in time, Jirapat in the next Romarima Motorsports entry take 3rd place back off of him. And the other thought going through my mind is, if that's a window in the background, I don't know if they'll let them run with that, because that is a huge safety hazard. That I'm very concerned about that window.
Yeah, whether it comes off or something, we'll have to wait and see. Is into the hairpin at turn 3, and I think Jirapat might just have the straight line speed to finally put Punapat behind him and be the first car. It says, I'm passing you and I'm not letting you get back past again, as the fight's on in behind between Tanapatra and Norat for now what is 5th place. We've also had some more updates. The 95 machine at the back of this pack with Chanyabut has been given a black and white flag for exceeding track limits. The same has been issued for the number 27 Honda CRZ, currently in 11th place with Purapet behind the wheel. So they've got to watch out they don't push out past the track limits anymore. As we check in further on back, it's Tanchanok and Ayrton currently way back down the pit. Well, unscheduled pit stop for the number 69 of Ayrton. Penalty for the number 23. And on this lap, it would appear to be that they have switched positions indeed. Ayrton getting past and starting to check out clear of this 23 Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Toyota Altis here.
And I've got a notification that Hitaharu and the 88 machines in the pit lane as well. So there might be some more positions that are going to be swapped about that one. And look at this Hornet's Nest still going on, and Funapat has still got the job done in all of them. Now he's going to be 3 wide on the run of the final corner. They try to get in there. The 25 Toyota Racing Team Thailand entry goes the narrow way, forces the 5 machine all the way out to the curbing. They're still side by side at the line. He had it at the line, but he had it by a meter, if that. Now it's going to be the run down to turn number 1. They get the job done on the 34. It's got the straight line speed, shows the nose to the inside. 3 wide as they get down to turn number 1. This is the first race of the weekend, and it's already going off. This is Thailand Super Series in 2024.
The first race of the year as well, and apparently no holds barred as well. Lost 2 spots at the final turn. They're going to get one back here by the time they get to turn 3, perhaps. Although, can he hold it under brakes? As you said, that's where the 34 looks the most vulnerable of these guys. Bit of a tyre lock up there from the 25 in front. And that's 4 wide on the exit of turn 3. Although that 25 is going to get back on the track somehow. And then they lean on each other. They're the 5 and the 34. They'll finally sort it out. And Chayar doesn't have the right off the exit to stay with him as they sort of get back to 2, 3, 1. There's more contact, Scott, on the run to turn 4.
Yeah, and the Toyota Racing Team Thailand entry was he needed to hang on to this spot. That's why he went deep down at turn 3, because once he's clear, now he gets this section of the track. He can pull away and start to set sail as the guys in behind squabble. They're 2 by 2 as they come down through turn 5. What a race. What a phenomenal job. And finally, Thanapatra's got the job done. Gets through to 4th. Who's next? Who's going to line up that 34 car? You've got to have a crack. Chayar's the next one in the queue. But keep your eyes on the car that's in behind, that 95. Chanya Boot's going to have a go as well. And these guys were racing so close last year and have turned back up in 2024. Nothing's changed. I tell you what, that 34 machine's got some coverage. He might have some sponsors by tomorrow.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's been the defense of the race, definitely, from what we've seen here on this feed from the 34 machine of Punafat as they try and sort this out here. Again, yeah, that window flapping something fierce on Chanya Boots. Number 95 is again wide at the final turn, but Chayar can't make anything of it, and as a result, actually gets stuck behind. It's going to allow Chanya Boot to get up alongside here for the run towards turn number 1. And new messages from race... Yeah, new message from race control, and it is not a good look for 2 of our cars in the top 5. Durapat and Tanapatra, the 24 and the number 5, are going to have 5-second time penalties for exceeding the track limits. This battling, this scrapping is going to cost them both. Although Jirapat's almost clear of that 5-second margin, but for Tanapatra, he's got a lot of work to do to not lose too many spots.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they can both sort of get clear at the moment, the 34 is at least the big deciding factor. Is again Chayar to the inside, takes that really, really narrow entry, swings out wide. Remember, front wheel drive cars, right? So they touch the throttle, the thing's going to plow off the corner, can't get the drive, and that's exactly what happened as they come down. The 95 entry, that window's still flapping, and how about the tow hook on the front end flapping as well, just in a little bit of sympathy. My word, 8 minutes on the clock. This is the car that leads the race. Thanaraj is in control. It's 3 seconds he has over the Mitchell and Muhammad Nakib entry for Wing Hin Motorsports at the moment. Jirapat's done a phenomenal drive through that field, but he is going to have to serve that with the 5-second post-race penalty. He's now got a job to do. Next time past the start-finish line, I wonder whether or not the team might be talking to him, say, hey, man, you've used all of your warnings in terms of track limits, then some. You've got 5 seconds. You're currently so close to 5 seconds ahead of the car behind.
Yeah, there's a good chance that Durapat can hang on to the lead of this one here as we watch now for the car in P2. Muhammad Nakib going to look here at the lap times as they come across. 58.474 for Tanaraj flashing up there, and a 58.495. So it's close, but slightly in favour of the car in P1 as then cross the line 57.5 for Durapat. It's all about what's the time that Norak was on the 59.1. The scrapping, the gap is now over 6 seconds. So if Durapat keeps this up and doesn't get any more penalties, yeah, that number 24, is going to be able to stay in 3rd place here. So we had more updates, more black and white flags for exceeding the track limits. The number 13, which unfortunately is our last running car in this race, but also the 33 and 34 machine. So the 33 is down in 14th place. The 34, though, is Punapat now finally getting the eye of the stewards for pushing things a bit too hard here.
Oh, my word. And it's going to continue to develop. You know, you get an hour worth of racing, you go, oh, they might calm down at some point, and they don't. and they don't, and they keep scrapping. And, well, we're big fans of that. I'll tell you that much. My word. What a way to start off the season. And Thanaroj will be probably sitting up here and going, what's happened all race? I haven't seen a whole bunch after that pit stop. They've done supreme for that YK Motorsports machine. And more, by the way, there's more black and white flags coming through. So not penalties. These are not penalties. This is just a warning. And say you've now exceeded the track limits enough times, and race control would have had a fair job to do in regards to monitoring the track limits today, with all the scrapping that was going on there at one stage. The 25 now, the 38 and the 59. So Norarat sits in fourth, has been warned but not punished for track limits. The 38 machine is down deeper in the field. Is it still going on?
Yeah, how about that? Punapa having to defend from Chaya, and a little bit of a lock-up from the 92 trying to get through, as you've still got that fight there between Tanapatra and Norarat. Oh, yeah, that window is looking worse indeed for the 95, but little lock-ups coming from these cars here in this fight for, what is it, 6th place? 6th, 7th, 8th on the road. Less than 5 minutes to go. Going absolutely at it here, which is getting really crazy here. As there we go, back and forth between Tanapatra and Norarat. I believe actually looking at the timing, Tanapatra got in front there in the final sector, but Norarat back to P5. Oh, sorry, P4 on the run to turn number 1.
Yeah, so this battle's not going to go away at any stretch of the imagination. That Yaris is again another one of those cars that's quick in a straight line. But just keep thinking about where they get down here. A little bit narrower on the entry. And remember, already pinch brakes is the 25 machine. But look at the 5. It's able to just cover those curves. And again, that's outside of track limits. That car just got warned for track limits not that long ago. That might be a 5-second penalty. So whilst he's scrapping away, and the other thing to consider is, I believe that 5 car, Thunderpatra, we mentioned a couple minutes ago, has got a 5-second time penalty. He doesn't need to scrap for this position. And he might have just cost himself that position with the track penalty.
Oh boy, there we go around the outside of turn 4. Tanapatra will get ahead for turn 5. Yeah, the main thing is I think Tanapatra maybe thinks he's faster, and he needs to get clear because they're looking to try and beat the cars behind and try and get a 5-second margin. Right now it's sitting at about 4 seconds, so needs to be able to run at his own pace, try and build a bit of a gap here. Still see, despite the on the last lap, so that's the best time, apologies there, on the last lap, what are we looking at last lap? Around a 59.6, 2-minute 4 for 5 and 25 respectively. 2:01.0. That's the critical number that Tanapatra will be worried about. Because at this rate, he's going to lose the spot. Where has Punapak gone? The 34 is not at the front of the pack. He's being dispatched by both the Chaya and Chanya Boot. So there you go.
Tumbling through the field, by the way, comes through in 8th. He's already dropped a bunch of spots on that lap.
2 spots, yeah. And the thing is, he was in front heading into turn 5. So between turn 5 and seeing him there in the background of around turns 9 and 10, has lost 2 spots from what would be some aggressive looking driving there. Okay, last lap times on the board. So 2-minute 0.8 for Tanapatra, but a 2-minute 0.6 Chaya. None of these clear. And in front, we'll be looking to try and press the issue. More black and white flags have come through. In the meantime, John Sack, who has actually quietly gotten back to P9 in the Lone 4 Fiesta. There we go. Far background is shot. Has exceeded the track limits too many times to get a warning at least. And the number 17 of Anon Rod Praset in the Scuba race team, Honda CRZ, back in 14th at the moment. Another black and white flag for them as well. So I have to say, I'm pretty sure half the field, if not more than that, now burning up all their allowed track limits allocations because, yeah, there's plenty of those warnings that have come through.
2 minutes on the clock, Dan. If you're going to use them now. Of course, it's got to be relevant. I mean, don't waste them if you don't need to. It's not going to bring you back anywhere in terms of the contention. Well, 2 minutes on the clock means that we've probably got this lap and probably 2 more to come as the 14 of Thanaroj comes down into turn 9. Flows it off of turn 9, up the hill a little bit through the dip at 10. And then he'll crest the hill at 10 and back to the right-hand side out here. Flows the car nicely, not burning the tyres off. And pace has started to fall off by about a second for the entire field minimum in terms of things. For a couple cars, it's a little bit more than that. And there'll be 2 more laps left to run for the 14 who have just had control of this field and never been really pressured. They can't park the car. They can't underdrive it. They do have 3 seconds, but it's only 3 seconds. You make a mistake whilst you're under driving a little bit, that'll become absolutely nothing. And Mohammed Nakib is matching in terms of lap times. They were, by the way, Dan, 100th of a second apart on that last lap. 58.811, 58.821. So slightly slower, 100th of a second slower for Mohammed Nakib. That's how tight it is at the top of the field.
Yeah, that is. We've got lap traffic to negotiate here because you can see, look at that. Giropat 10.6 seconds ahead of Tanapatra after all the squabbling and all the fighting. So that has worked out perfectly for the 24. They can take their 5-second time penalty and still happily sit P3 in this race. So, yeah, the next Romai Rimna Motorsport entry, they've done very nicely. And Baby Boss Garage still on that car there as well. So they'll be pretty happy to sit there. Got this lap, and I believe it'll be one more because at the time at 15 seconds, they should see the last lap board when they come around again to start the following lap. So it will be 29 laps, I believe, completed in this race. I believe we're on lap 28 currently as the time hits 0 halfway around this one here now. And not long left in this race here, Scott.
I tell you what, those camera angles don't necessarily tell you the true story of the track either. It does have that little bit of an up and down to it, just a little bit, but from where the cameras sit and looking backwards, sometimes it doesn't tell that accurate story. So Thanaraj on the run to the final corner now. We'll have that and one more lap left to run. And oh no. Oh, that's not good for the number 4. That's in the middle of the track too. So that might just end this race under yellow flags. I think the battling has been just about equaled out. But the problem is there's so many 5-second penalties. They won't want to end it under yellow flag. Confirmation, final lap out of the final corner. That car of Kajonsack's in a tricky position. They had a solid run last year at the Bongsang Grand Prix. They were very, very good there on the street circuits, but the open circuit's not doing it too well, and it could be overheating potentially with the temperatures today. As Thanaraj is going to run down to turn number 3. Park that car up, get it turned, and continue on. So, that was an interesting race. That was brilliant, Dan. I thoroughly enjoyed that. They'll have another go at it again tomorrow. 60 minutes in Thai heat is not an easy thing to do, let alone with the amount of battling those guys did.
Yeah, no, not even close. Just looking to see here if we've got anything left in terms of a duel. We maybe see a late lunge from Norat on Tanapatra, but doesn't look to be the case. Also, critically, it looks like for Tanapatra, he's been able to stay more than 5 seconds ahead of Chayar. It's actually Chayar and Chanyabud that are scrapping over 6th place, potentially here. As you see there, the car numbers and stuff pop up on screen there. So the number 14, Thanaraj, he's got a couple of corners left to go here to finish this race off. And you can see there, again, pretty much matching times with Mohammed Nakib. This time, 200ths of a second slower. So just got to bring it home now. And only got himself basically one proper corner left. Swing through 10 and 11 here to come out of the top of the circuit. Got about 3-second margin here as they come down to finish this lap and therefore finish the race here. Get our opening race of the weekend in the books. And for Thanaraj, that's been a masterful execution. Unfortunately, for Ayrton in the number 69, it was kind of handed to Thanaraj there, but have to be able to look after the car and make it to the finish and take the win as a result. Well done to the number 14 machine.
Yeah, good start of the weekend. You can see the team absolutely happy with that one out of the final corner. And the next racing entry, they are going to celebrate in style. What a drive from Giropat. Come out of the pits, outside of the top 10, finishes on the podium, ran down the leaders. He was 20 seconds back from the lead at one stage, finishes 12.5 seconds off the lead. So that's a phenomenal effort to do that under traffic as well. And did you see the way he cut his way through that pack? Did not get held up whatsoever. That was supreme. Great driving.
Without a doubt, it was a very good job indeed from the number 24 to cut their way through the field. And as the driver's now coming across the line, it looks like that Chanya Boot has held off Punapat. That what was a fight. So Chayar and Chanya Boot, apologies, fighting over P6. They have finished as they were when I last had a look at the results. So with that, they're just waiting on the last couple of cars that are on the lead lap to come across the line and be classified. And we'll be able to have have a look at probably some race highlights that we often get to see at the end of these races here from the broadcast team in Thailand. As we continue to keep our eyes on Tanner Roche here as the YK Motorsports Honda CRZ gets to bring it back around and into the pit lane. Take it nice and easy. Already on a bit of a cool down, but at the same time, not going all too slow here through the top half of the circuit to bring it back.
He's enjoying that. Wouldn't want to back it up too much. Get the air, keep continuing to flow through. And confirmation, Danaraj is going to take the win in the number 14 entry for YK Motorsports. Second place, Mitchell and Mohammed Nakib in the Winghin Motorsports entry in the 38. And Pat Supreme Drive through the field to Nick P3 in the dying stages of that one with Thanathorn. Off alongside of him, Thanathorn ran a strong opening step. Denapatra and Nora at the solo entries. Think about what they had to deal with because it would have been hot in that cockpit driving that on your own. Chaya from Chanya Boot and put him on. And we'll throw it over to outside the top 10. Manuel, Rafael, Caceres, and Nakarit. Chotnin and Fulpon, Falfong, Anon, and as they throw it over. And of course, that fastest lap of the race, 57.690, was actually 56.017, actually, by the way, by the 24 car in third place. So about 0.6 of a second quicker, but they did burn through their tyres because they fell off like a rock towards the back end of that one. So they had to get their moves done early.
Indeed, they did. Well, with that now all done for us here today, we are now just waiting on things to wrap up for this race before we get ready for our next event, which, as you said earlier, Scott, we've got ourselves two classes qualifying here for the rest of our morning session at the Chang International Circuit. The Thailand Supercar GTM GT4 combined have two qualifying sessions, 15 minutes apiece, and then it will be the TSS Supercar GT3 machines out on track for their two 15-minute qualifying sessions, and then we will get one more race in for today. So Thailand TSS GTC and rolling start 12-lap sprint will be up before lunch. But yeah, basically that will do us here from the track for about 10 or so minutes, if I'm not mistaken, with TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 qualifying up next. And thank you for hanging around with us here as we get ready for our next session of the day. Qualifying for TSS Supercar GTM and GT4 is just about to get underway here in a couple of seconds' time. Daniel Yeaman here with you on behalf of speedcafe.com, and with Scott Rankin alongside me once he's back in the hot seat as well for this second session of the day, as we looking to, after that fantastic super compact race, see what comes our way with qualifying here for Supercar GTM and GT4, since we do have ourselves it is a very interesting, if you haven't seen it, but eclectic mix of cars and combination of vehicles here that we'll be able to talk about in this one. And I do believe now I've got Scott Rankin back with me here as well, as we're just waiting on the feed from the circuit to get underway here for this qualifying session. Scott, well, might be a little bit more sedate, but now we're talking about pure lap speed and lap time as drivers getting set for their first run in qualifying for the weekend here in this Supercar GTM GT4 field. And yeah, one of our more interesting ones, as I should say, because we've got an interesting mix of cars that make up this combined category here.
Yeah, and it's an open track too, so there'll be none of that formation. So you'll see the cars as soon as we get pictures, they'll be coming through, straight onto laps, effectively trying to bring those cars up to temperature. Reminder, we had the Porsche Cup cars of multiple different specs last year. The Mark Mustang is back. This year it's actually going to have Jalen Robotham behind the wheel as well, alongside of the New Zealand driver. So a lot. I like this class because it's interesting. We've got the GT4 class, which is always good to look at from an FIA spec, an international spec class, gives you something to watch. But then it's also about what other racing cars have people in Thailand got, and how can we bring them together and keep the balance within the car. There's a lot of different ways to do that, and it's very difficult to get a Lamborghini Super Trofeo to match a Ferrari 488 Challenge car to match two generations of Porsche Cup cars is not easy. And then you throw in the Mark Mustang car that comes out of Australia as well. But it'd be interesting to see Robotham in that car. Obviously, he's running his usual Thailand Super Pickup class for the weekend as well. I don't actually think they're running the Trans Am car this season, but it's a big move for Jalen Robotham, by the way, in the off season, ladies and gents. If you haven't been following that story, moved out of Australia. I was talking to a couple drivers who saw him. He was in Australia competing in Hyundai Excels, and then a couple weeks later, he was moved over to Thailand, living in Thailand, and he's going racing in a Mercedes AMG in the Asian GT3 series. So that's huge for a young driver in Australia that was perhaps not getting the opportunities in terms of supercars world, has managed to find somewhere in the world, and he's loved over in Thailand, by the way. That Ford Lanatech partnership is phenomenal for him.
Yeah, it is good to see. Interesting to see there's a strong representation of drivers coming across from our part of the world up to Thailand in a couple of categories here. Sharing that this number 8 Ford Mark Mustang with Craig Corliss, who comes from New Zealand, but does race under a Thai license, according to the entries here. So there is almost naturalized in a little sense here. And as you said, GTM, I think is going to be a fun category to watch here. Currently got ourselves, if I'm looking at this correctly, a total of 7 cars in the category. And yeah, this combination of one-make racing cars like the Ferrari 488 Challengers, your Lamborghini Super Trofeo, but also your Porsche 911 Cup cars, and as you said, 2 generations of them as well, plus these Mark cars from Australia as well that are designed somewhat for endurance, more so than sprint racing, but here this weekend they'll be doing 12-lap sprints later on in the weekend.
Yeah, so it's about getting out there, going hard, and not worrying about looking after the tires for an hour-long race. I mean, we saw fall off at the end of that super compact was in the realm of 1.5, 2 seconds realistically. So there is a fair bit of fall off, particularly when your air temp's quite high. That sun's gonna be beating down. We mentioned it's a spring day at the moment over there, middle of spring too. So temperatures are starting to climb a little bit hotter into the 40s today. By the way, there's been extra provisions added to the rules. So I was reading a couple of the releases that came out from the team in charge of the series, and they said because of the heat, we're going to allow you guys an extra person out on the grid to hold an umbrella and feed a fan to your driver up until the 1 minute marker, prior to those cars rolling off from the grid. So,
Yeah, and I think
obviously-
sensible additions there indeed, Scott.
yeah, I mean stipulations for the weather absolutely have to do it. Plus the humidity. We're looking at getting over there at least next year, maybe possibly this year. That's to be confirmed. But my word, the 7 car has had 2 separate lap times deleted, which is the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 car.
Yes, unfortunately, coming unstuck as we now start to get our footage from the circuit down here. You can see it's the final corner, turn 12, with that pit entry there. That driver's negotiating here, trying to get their run up because don't have a lot of time left in the session. We're already approaching 8.5 minutes left in this one so far, and they only get 15 minutes for this opening qualifying. But there will be 2 sessions they have to negotiate here today. As there we are, start to see the action on track, and now we get to see also things like the GTM GT4 pace spread, as that was almost a little close into turn 1 there as we pick it up. So another Vude back once again with Tour de Gazoo Racing Thailand and the Lexus RCF GTMs sitting on top of the timing charts. A 139.7 is your provisional pole time. Looks like times though have a bit of work to do and a bit of a spread to find. So we'll see here the orange numbers and identification for the GTM cars, also because for the GTM, well, we're talking about the Lexus is quite interesting, I have to say, as well, Scott, because it does look a lot like, obviously, a Lexus RCF GT3, but is detuned, I believe, in some way, or modified in some way to make it eligible for this GTM category. But then the GT4 is very much, and then the FIA GT4 formula for these cars.
Yeah, albeit a slightly different tire. Obviously, the tire supplier out here is Hankook, so it is a little bit different in terms of that aspect, but the GT4 categories, if you have a look globally, there's I can tell you there's a lot of GT4s that have just been sold in Australia. We've got a ton more here. It's been expanded. It was only a couple cars last year. It's been expanded. Like we said earlier about the GT4 for the absolute B-Quik team, is that Hank Kicks is behind the wheel of that car now, steps out of the GT3 Audi R8. Oh man, I can't believe those cars have stopped rolling off the production line as well. Because it's the first time I think we've caught up and chatted about that in relation to this series since that's happened. But yeah, a lot of shuffling going on, expansions of the field, and I continue to love looking at the number 10 Fire Monkey Motorsport 992 GT3 Cup car. It was in that brilliant bright coloration last year. Where was I going with that? Oh yes, the Lexuses, the Lexi, if you will. I would say one of the reasons, one of the things that they'd have to do with that car is actually turn off the traction control and ABS, because if you think about the cars that they're actually racing, no traction control, no ABS. So I would imagine that would be one of the stipulations, and then you're probably right, probably a restrictor in the engine as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, would a Ferrari Challenger or a Super Trofeo Lamborghini potentially also have those aids? But as you said, the Porsche Cup cars as well. So the thing is, Porsche Cup car does have it, can be enabled for certain categories. As you go, headlight flashing now from the 25 Kittapole, looking to go and chase after what is provisional pole time. But the number 26, Hank Kicks behind the wheel, as far as our timing says, is also on a flying lap. So unfortunately for Kittapole, it's going to have to be a back out, find a gap, maybe try and be close enough to just catch him out of turn 1 and make it a nice easy pass down towards turn 3. Will have to be the order of the day. That will back off enough that you can just run your lap and catch them. Because you can see here that the time deltas were around, well, yeah, the fastest GT4 car, Canter D, in the AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman, 718 GT4 RS specification this weekend.
So I've just done some Googling, Dan, to educate myself a little bit. In terms of language, the plural of Lexus is Lexus.
Funny that. Last time I checked, brand names didn't have plural forms. Speaking of cars that we've seen before, how about another one here? In fact, we'll make it 2 that we've seen in previous last year, running both in the GTM category there. That Lamborghini Super Trofeo or PSC Motorsport. That's 77 back out once again.
How cool is that, though?
Does look the part, and indeed that there, the Porsche Cup car, will be the Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10 machine as well. It is the only 992 specification GT3 Cup car. It's a sister Porsche that's here this weekend in this category is our 991.2, the car that came before it. And then here we go, first time seeing the Aston Martin GT4 running out in this category. Got Graham John Dowsett from New Zealand teaming up with Anna Thorne here from Thailand in Team NZ, as well as we inside 4 minutes left in this opening qualifying session already. And looks like we've got two cars there that don't have a time on the board yet, Scott, as well.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, I mean, the Ford Mark car, we did see that dive into the pit lane. And a reminder, that's a 5.2 litre engine in that car as well. It's detuned slightly for endurance racing, which is what those cars are designed to do, so you're not burning through the engine. Oh, my word. How good does that Mercedes look as it lights up some licorice straps off of turn 9 and excites those rear tyres? Currently sitting in third in GT4 class as it currently stands. What's the time going to be for Racing Aurora as they come to the line? I don't think it's going to be an improvement from that car as they ran a 45.8. So it was 0.2 slower on that lap. So a little bit of work to do, but starting to really dial themselves in. And the other side of the coin, don't take too much out of the tyre. There's 3 minutes left of this one. Potential for 2 more laps to be run in the session. So if you're out there and you're on a lap, the problem is, bringing the tyres in. Are you trying to look after the tyres? You're trying to bed yourself in. There's been practice over the last couple of days. Make sure that you're aligned with the car. So a lot to think about for these drivers in terms of qualifying 1. And don't forget, we're going to have qualifying 2. There'll be a 10-minute break in between the 2 sessions. And the bulk of the field having a 2-driver pairing. Albeit I haven't seen the return of the number 8 Mark car to the track to set a lap time. And it was the 17, the GTM car had a lap time delete, and I think they've just had that reinstated, or they've just set that lap time as it currently stands. That'll shuffle them through the order as we keep our eyes on the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. Sitting second for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, 25 entry. Strong qualifying. They're currently 0.6 of a second off the pace of Natavude. Reminder that Natavude is single driver entry for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. A little bit more track time from that aspect.
Certainly help. Speaking of which, yeah, we've had more messages come in about lap times deleted for track limits. Unfortunately for the number 17 of Natachak, who's in that AAS Motorsport older Porsche Cup car, we'll have to hopefully see if that lap that's currently on there sticks, because he had his second lap, third lap, and fourth lap all deleted for lap excursions past the track limits. And most recently, it was the Toyota Supra GT4 of Kachorn. I believe it is. Looks like we've got number 59. 59, pardon me. Andrew. Pardon me, I'm actually not even going to try and pronounce that last name today. We might get that one fixed up for tomorrow, because just look at the entry list. It is a mouthful of a name for Andrew there. The number 59 has had a lap time, their 6th lap of the session, deleted for track limits.
Yeah, so everyone, again, trying to get themselves sorted out and set up. And reminder that it's a 2-part qualifying session. So qualifying 1 will set the grid for race number 1. Qualifying 2 will set the grid for race number 2. So there'll be 10 minutes in between. And for those of you who are not on a lap, you may as well get back into the pit lane and jump out of that one. New coloration for this car this year. And if you remember, all of the cars last year for the Toyota outfit in that lovely white, red, and black Toyota Gazoo Racing livery, much the same as the number 19 car currently on screen. But their qualifying's not gone well. They're about a second off the pace at the moment, so this lap's got to be a good lap for them. Will be their last lap of the session and last opportunity as it currently stands. The car that's just ahead of them is the Aston Martin Vantage of Team NZ, and they just set their fastest lap. There's only a couple of cars actually out on track as it currently stands, and a few of them more diving into the lane to get qualifying out and done. So it's Natavude who's got control as it currently stands. There was a lap on the way for the Fire Monkey Porsche, but they may have bailed out of that one in the final sector. Other than that, there is only 3 other cars, which becomes 2 other cars. So you get the Fire Monkey cars now into the pit lane, which means there's 2 cars on track as it currently stands. And to the line, going to be an improvement. No, time comes through. It's 50.412, so lost time a little bit again. It looks like those tyres are only really good for a fast lap right at the start of the stint. So you've got to get out there. You've got to be accurate, but you've got to be quick. So you've got to push the margin. But if you make a mistake, I mean, the punishment's hefty.
Out of ears, it seems to be that case. So the break now begins for all of these drivers and teams. Try and get themselves settled in. Now, I think also critically is that our timing screens actually are recording the 2 best times of the session. Now, I'm just sort of, unfortunately, I need to actually really try and read up on the regulations regarding the qualifying procedure.
I'd say that's a fallback for deleted lap times, Dan.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I'm just going to see if I can read up page. I can go read that, but I'll leave it to you to talk. I'm going to go find the information and I'll read and explain some more. I've done that.
This is the 991 spec 17 car from AAS Motorsport. I'm a big fan of this generation of car. I think it's, whoa, they ran wide, and that would be down at turn 3 off the road, end of the qualifying section. Checkered flag has now been displayed. Means that we are done with this one. So your results from qualifying 1 will be Natavude for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand in the 24 machine. That Lexus RCF GTM qualifies on pole by 1.2 seconds. They've got that car extremely dialed in. They only did 2 laps in the end. They got out there, got the time they needed, and got their secondary time. Times weren't deleted. Sweet, move on, park the car up, save a little bit of tyre for later. Second place will be that Fire Monkey Motorsports 992, driven by Sai Simon. In qualifying 1, Kittapole in the 25 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari 48 Challenge car. Third, as well as the 4th car will be the other of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entries in the Lexus RCF GTM. And everyone filing back into the pit lane. Saravit in the 77 entry, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo for PSC Motorsports 5th. Natachak in the AAS Motorsports 991. We just saw that car. The 17 entry will be the final of GTM Pro cars to set a lap. First of the GT4 entries comes through at 43.815. So actually really close to the tail end of the GTM field. There's not much difference in terms of the lap times. Over 12 laps, may not even see the classes get together. Cantor D qualifies on pole position with a 43.815 in the Porsche Cayman. Number 18 entry for AAS Motorsport. The TW Zoomies entry, new team to the series, Toyota GR Supra GT4. Good to see a Toyota Supra up and in the standings, 44.891. It was Kachorn behind the wheel in qualifying 1. Racing Aurora Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4 will be off of 3rd position in GT4 Pro. And then it's this car that you're currently seeing on screen in 4th, the 26th entry for B-Quik Absolute Racing. The second of the TW Zoomies entries, the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS 95 entry was 5th in that class. 6th for GT4 will be the Aston Martin Vantage, and rounding us out is the other of the Toyota Supras for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. And Dan, you've got an update because you've gone digging. I know you love a good rule book, so this should be good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I certainly do. So, yeah, basically brushing up on my understanding of the rules here for our qualifying formats. Now, in particular, this rule refers to how our qualifying works for the categories like TSS Supercar, GTM, and GT4. Here, this will also apply to our TSS Supercar GT3 session coming up after this, because these are 1 hour races, as well as also the compact category. They're qualifying earlier in the weekend also held to this same format. So, 2 sessions, Q1 and Q2. We just completed Q1. That session is used to determine the starting order for race 1 this weekend. And depending on your driver pairing, first of all, you have to designate one driver as driver 1 and the other person as driver 2 if you're in a 2-driver pairing, that is. And also the lower rated driver has to be designated driver 1 if there's a difference in grading between your drivers. That only applies to a handful of the cars. But for example, Q1, looking at, so actually I'll go through them here. GTM first and then GT4 after this, Scott. So car number 8, the Ford CRE Lanatech Mark Mustang, which unfortunately no time set, with Craig Corliss, is an FIA bronze rated driver. He would have had to do the qualifying run for that car. Jalen Robotham will be required to complete qualifying 2 if that car does go out on track. Number 17, the AES Motorsport Porsche 911-991 Cup car. Nadachak, the bronze-rated driver, took part in qualifying 1. Kimik will head out to do Q2 as the silver-rated driver. Same for the number 25 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand car. Kitapol, bronze-rated, was required to do qualifying for Q1. It'll be Super Kit who will be required to do Q2 for that car. Then you do get to one of the Lexus RCF GTMs, number 38. It's got Chris Vasranatna, and I've probably absolutely butchered that, so I might not do that again. And Natapong, both silver rated, but Chris has been designated driver 1, and Natapong designated driver 2. So that's how that works out. So that's the main points there, is how that works. The other thing is no refueling allowed during qualifying at all. So the cars had to have enough fuel on board when Q1 started to also get through Q2 here. The teams can do some minor changes, tyre swaps and the like here, but had to make sure they had enough fuel to effectively do 30 minutes of qualifying or however much they thought was necessary for these cars. And also on top of that, as I was talking about driver categorization and stuff, so the driver who is lower graded and does Q1 must also start race number 1. So that is how all of that works there for the cars. They now start swinging them in. Also another one, they have to park them on a 45-degree angle in the pits.
I'm assuming that's just for Parc Fermé regs. It's just to give a good angle for people to get in and around the cars and just sort of investigate a few things if they need to. So there was another interesting update that came when we're talking about the GT3 supercar, which will be the next qualifying session we'll go into after the conclusion of Q2. The Singer Team Thailand car, I'm going to say that one of the NSXs, they've actually asked for allowance to do some refueling during the race. So they may have an issue with a fuel pump or be whatever it is with getting too low on the tank. Whatever it is, regardless, when we actually get to the GT3 racing later on in the day, what's going to happen with their pit stop as well? And I'll get this out of the way now so that you're aware of it, Dan, then we can talk about it during the race as well.
So
they have to get out of the car. So basically the restrictions on this car is that all drivers must be out of the car must be switched off, no one else can be touching the car. You must have 3 people required for the refueling in refueling kits, complete and utter refueling kits. And the reason they don't want to do that is, well, it's 40 degrees over there with a ton of humidity. That is going to be ridiculous to try and manage for all of these guys. One guy will be your refueler. One guy will be on the car jack effective. I think it's actually going to be on the ground. Sorry. So one guy sort of there to controlling things, and one guy with a standby of the fire extinguisher. Everyone has to be away from the car. 3 guys over the wall, over the line at the edge of your pit boom to effectively get out and service that car. So there's a lot going on there, and I've just seen a message for the Toyota GR Supra GT4 to report to race control. I'm wondering whether or not you might have picked up on something that might have been refueling. So what I'm thinking, Dan, is race control are basically going is ridiculously too hot. We don't want to be refueling these cars in an active pit lane throughout this weekend without proper fire gear on. So we're just going to ban that across the weekend, which is actually smarter from a safety perspective to get that gear on, the amount of gear that's going to go through is ridiculous, and one team's still going to do that. So
Yes, it is going to be interesting to see how much that affects their pit stops as the pit exit has been reopened here. So qualifying 2, the Q2 session is now underway. Will be one of our Lexus RCF GTM cars along with that Singer Motorsport Team Thailand number 25 heading out. It actually is this car here in the GTM category that will be subject to that refueling requirement. But it will be the 77 Lamborghini Super Trofeo to lead the field out as they queue up and get ready to get rolling again. So they've got 15 more minutes to try and get laps on the board and get this grid for race number 2 set and ready to go. Race number 2, of course, not happening until tomorrow, but I'll have a quick little warm-up. That's all they'll have to do, all they'll get in the morning before racing tomorrow afternoon for the second race. We'll see these cars back out on track in about, what's that going to be? About 5 hours time from now for their race. So have a bit of time after this qualifying session to get sorted, get settled, and get out there. And you can see drivers, teams, getting themselves ready to go and roll back out for this next qualifying run here.
look at the heat haze, by the way. And it's going to be 10 a.m. So it's only going to get hotter from here. And that's
yeah, you bet.
991 rolling slightly slowly off the pit lane. Both the GT4s are blitzed by there, so this will be first opportunity for 26 entry to get Owen de Smet out and comfortable in that car, partnering Hank Kicks for the weekend, who did qualifying 1 for B-Quik Absolute Racing. We've got a range of cars as well across all the categories across the weekend. So you're going to be seeing a lot of that branding right throughout the weekend. Good to see a range of the Porsche Cup. The Porsche Caymans are really the sort of more popular car. It's difficult to say that because the brands are actually quite well spread out in this GT4 category, which is good. I mean, I love a really, really good mix of GT4 cars. Anytime there's a field like that, I don't like if everyone ends up in BMWs or everyone ends up in Audis. I mean, for Absolute B-Quik, obviously, it's easier to just run a whole bunch of cars that are the same manufacturer, isn't it? But across the different teams, I'm really, really interested to see how the Honda NSXs go tomorrow. Actually, after this session in qualifying, now that there is actually 2 of them.
Indeed. Well, it looks like we're going to pick up the 77 of Feek, running this PSC Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo here in Q2. And you can see here, it's interesting, this Super Trofeo is slightly softer suspension, greater rider height than what we'd see from, say, a GT3 specification car of the same type. We can see it pitch down into turn 3 here. But look at the speed he's carrying into the corners here. After watching the Super Compact, literally just on that last race, this is definitely a very different breed of car and speed. And we're seeing top speeds of 250 plus kilometers an hour into turn 3, I believe, is where our VMAX speed trap is located. Already up into turns 9 and 10 for the 77. Interesting line there, I have to say, into turn 9. Almost looks like he's angling in something fierce towards that corner on the way in, rather than, say, holding it out wide, a bit more like, say, the 25 here. Even then, though, angles in pretty early. But you also do want to hang tight through that corner because you really want to open up turn 10 here, sweep through that left-hander, and you're onto the final run here through turn 11 to the last corner of the lap as well. So I guess it all is part and parcel of the particulars of racing here at the Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, fast and flowing. Got to carry speed. Absolutely got to carry speed. So downforce is quite critical. I mean, there is, a lot of straight line around here, so a lot of opportunity if you have trimmed that car out to get some overtaking done. But the downforce is, I think, just too critical. You kind of can't wiggle it out. And have a look at the rear wing of the 24 car. Absolutely working incredibly hard. Natavude goes and sets a 39.2, which is, I believe, actually faster than his time from the previous session. But the interesting fact is that 77 Lamborghini Super Trofeo has gone with him, 39.509. Nothing between those cars. 2.5 tenths of a second separate those cars. There is nothing in that, Dan. That is incredibly tight.
Yeah, good to see. Looking competitive for now, although still got half the field to try and put times on the board. As there's the next Lexus RCFs in this GTM category. Nanapong looking to have put in a bit of a banker, an early lap at this stage. There's a 1:45.7 for a GTM class car. Definitely looks like that's a little off the money at this point in time. As into turn 4, they come try and keep it in the limits here at turn 5 on entry at least. That would definitely be a corner that is a spot where cars are susceptible, shall we say, to maybe overdriving and finding themselves running wide, given that you want to carry all the speed you can manage around a circuit like this. As you said, Scott, momentum, top speed is going to be pretty critical, but also just high speed flow, especially through that middle part of the lap, will be important. There we go, another car rolling out of the pits. It's our Aston Martin GT4 from Team NZ. Going to join the session. At this stage, it looks like we've got one of the Toyota Supras in the form of the 2W Zoomies. Number 59 hasn't gone out. And once again, the number 8 Mark Mustang, Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham, hasn't come out yet either, according to our timing screens here. So we might be a couple of cars short in qualifying once again.
And just think for Jalen Robotham, this Thailand Super Series has been so unlucky over the last year. He had in the Trans Am car last year, which he's not running this year, but he had a brake seizing at Bang Sen. Race 2 went reasonably okay, but trying to make overtakes at Bang Sen in a Trans Am car is exceptionally difficult than trying to hold those cars up. Super pickup went okay, got a little bit unlucky with where he was in terms of track positioning there, but then you go to Sepang for round 4 of that category last year and had a drive shaft failure. So, and didn't resurface for the weekend. That car just, they ended up crossing over to a backup car, I think it actually was, when they got to Buriram for the last round again. So, it's been incredibly difficult for him to come to grips, given that he's just been surrounded by so many mechanical flaws. That's racing. It happens from time to time. But when it goes on for over a year, you kind of start questioning yourself of, what's going on? Can I finally get a race meeting underway? And the fact that he hasn't even rolled out in that Mark Mustang. And they've had a lot of issues with that car. I'm wondering whether or not it might be related to the humidity. They just cannot get that car in an operating window, no matter what they try and do, because that car, remember, last year didn't do a whole bunch of laps either.
It's entirely possible, yeah, as it looks like missed what number of the RCF GTMs this was. Unfortunately, it's going to be the 24 of Nadavude, so 39-2, and looks to have maybe said that's the best I can do, because he's at least just talking with the team for now. We can see also, whilst we've been talking about things, Afik has put the number 77 PSC Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo on pole position, so doing a nice job there to eclipse the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari. It's gone up to second place at this stage, but we pick up the Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10, currently sitting 5th there at a 1 minute 41.7. If you can find 2/10 of a second, Scott, and some change, we'll be looking to go to P number 4 for the grid in race number 2 tomorrow.
Just saw a comment from Amaris Bumriadi over in YouTube chat, selling all the drivers to stay between track limits. I knew I was going to be a racing driver from a child. I couldn't colour in between the lines, always straight outside the lines.
For shame, Scott, in that case. How dare you decide that track limits are optional, or lines, I guess, in general, are optional. They're there to they're there for conforming to, I suppose, in theory.
Lines in any sport, Dan, are a debate point. They create great discussions. Was this blade of grass part of the white line? Did it touch the ball?
That's a question of the rules then, not the lines, I'd argue. Deciding on how much is over the line and therefore out of play. Whether it's a car or a sports ball, I guess, in that case. But we'll leave the sports ball discussions for another time, I think, because we've got more racing action to worry about here as we're eyes on the 95. So currently sitting third in GT4, the 2W Zoomies Porsche Cayman GT4. And it looks to have Warren aboard as they work their way up through turns 6 and 7. Certainly hustling this car around here, Scott, in that middle sector. That was certainly not leaving much to chance. And looking here, 45.6. We'll need to find a good chunk of time to improve a position here. But certainly not looking to give up just yet as we watch for them to come out of turn 9 and appear in frame here at turn 10. There we are. Make the run towards 11 and 12. We're already through 11 there. Just 12 turn 12 to go. And finish off this flying lap by the looks of things here. Looking decent. Here we come. And it's a 146.0 according to what I'm seeing, which unfortunately, no, 46.4, my bad. Unfortunately, that's not going to be an improvement as a result.
And remember how you said that they must park at 45 degrees to the garages? Well, the 17 car, which is the AAS 991 spec Porsche Cup car, which hasn't set a representative lap time in this session as of yet, so they might be having some troubles with that car, actually didn't potentially, well, under investigation for parallel parking in the pit lane is what we're currently hearing about that car. So having, procedural things, you got to read the rule book, you got to cross your I's, you got to dot your T's, you got to take notes. But it's when race time comes around, it's very difficult to remember those sorts of things. So you got to cover off the rule book earlier on in the weekend. Make sure that you're going through ticking all the bits and pieces. Make notes prior to the weekend. This is what I've got to remember for qualifying. These are the key points. And they will. There's a reason for those procedures, and everyone looks at racing and goes, well, what are we being penalized for in terms of things that hasn't really affected the racing? There'd be a reason for that. There'd be 100%. It could be a safety reason. It could be, a pit lane. We want the pit lane to operate in this specific reason because it is going to improve safety. We can improve visibility. People can walk around cars a lot easier. Space might be an issue. That might be one of the reasons that they look to do something like that. So, it's very, very important that you stay to those procedures, because as soon as you step outside of those procedures, Dan, well, bedlam.
Yes, indeed. And therefore, so dot your I's, cross your T's, make sure you know everything you need to know to be on the books in the right way. We also had more messages before that come in about lap times being deleted. Unfortunately, once again, the number 19, which is Sudapong Toyota Supra GT4, and it's actually got Grant aboard at the moment. They exceeded track limits at turn 1. Their third attempt at a lap was cancelled. And for the number 26 machine, which is that Porsche Cayman from B-Quik Absolute Racing, it's got Irwin aboard that car. They also had their 5th lap deleted for exceeding the track limits. I should actually get Irwin de Smit behind the wheel with that one there. So fortunately, that put them in a bit of trouble as we've picked up the Fire Monkey Motorsport car again, who's just done a 1 minute 42.5. So not on the pace at this stage. It might also just suggest that, these cars here, with how they're dialed in for qualifying, and given, as you said, the conditions here in Thailand, hot, to say the least, you do not get a lot of life out of the tyres when it comes to trying to find pure pace.
And still coming to grips with this Aston Martin GT4 means that there's some work to do, but they're moving up the field, having thrown their higher rated driver in now for Aston Martin Vantage Team NZ. Anna Thorne now behind the wheel as well. Got an opportunity to improve that car's pace right throughout the weekend as they try to set themselves up for a good race tomorrow. I mean, they have found some time. They have come back at least, but at the moment, that GT4 Pro leader. And remember, there's a mix in this class as well. We've got a mix in both classes of GT4 and GTM Pro and AMS. So there will be multiple classes across the weekend to sort of discuss. The two cars leading the GT Pro at the moment are 1 and 2 on the track before the first of the GTMs, which is Nata Vude, sits in third in the first of the Lexus. The second of the GTMs, and there is only 2 GTMs, is the Sideway Fire Monkey car. So those two cars will be relatively easy to spot out on track. Lap time deleted for the number 10 car as well. Speaking of SciY, that is the Fire Monkey Porsche that has a lap time deleted. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo, sorry, that was the Ferrari 488 Challenge car, travels down into the pit lane, but it's going to be a Super Trofeo on pole. And for tomorrow's racing, the Ferrari 488 Challenge car will join it on the front row.
And straight through the garage there for the 25. So might be heading off to a scrutineering box out the back of the pit lane in that case. But there we are, the Fire Monkey Motorsport number 10 machine. Their 8th lap of the session, it says. Now, that would have been their 142.799 that they just did. So thankfully, it's not the best lap. That got deleted, the 141.6 hold, which will put them on the grid for Sunday or tomorrow's race in 5th place. So thankfully not affecting that car too much, but it's just unfortunately sort of, yeah, I guess, pushing on there with Simon. Unfortunately, just didn't quite have the lap end up working out his way there in the end of it all.
So it'll be about a 5 to 10 minute turnaround, ladies and gents, as well, before we'll actually start to get to see the first of the GT3 cars. They'll be out on track here in the very near future. Timings for those is pit lane's supposed to open at the end of at 10:20 for that session. It'll be a 15-minute qualifying session, another 10-minute break, and another 15-minute qualifying session for GT3s. And then we get into the GTC first race of the weekend, which will be 12 laps. So, you know, things to consider, and that temperature's starting to come up, ladies and gents. So we might just step away for a couple of moments. GTM GT4 qualifying now complete. We'll have GT3 qualifying in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our coverage of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for this weekend. And we now get to some of the big boys here in TSS Supercar GT3. Q1 is now underway for this category. You get to see the cars rolling out on track now. Got 10 cars here this weekend in this GT3 category. Split between Pro and Am driver divisions as well. A couple new cars in the field this year, which will be good to see. As, we have ourselves definitely plenty of Audi R8 GT3s, but also got ourselves some BMWs, got a pair of Honda NSX GT3s, and a pair of Mercedes AMG GT3s as well. So, like to see this. It's all well represented by the looks of things, and so it's time to see who can put on their best results for Q1 here. Set this grid. Well, set the grid for today's race later on. As Scott Rankin jumping back in once again.
How cool is the Viper?
What do you like exactly?
How cool is the Viper Nizza culling? So remember, this was an Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car last year. So new car for this outfit, which we were talking about. There's quite a bit of shuffling that's going on in the GT3 supercar paddock, including the addition of quite a number of cars. Team AAI are back with their 2-car outfit again this year, so good to see them. But I like this car. This Nizza Racing, Viper Nizza Racing, Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. I think that looks better than the Aston. I'm disappointed because if we do end up over there, I won't be able to stick my head inside an Aston Martin, which was, that was like the big key, was the Aston Martin Vantage. Oh my god, that car is like a dream for me. But hey, I won't complain if I get to see a car that looks as pretty as that.
Oh, that's ifs, buts, and definitely hopefuls at this stage. We might be able to, be able to visit the Bang Seng Grand Prix later this year and actually be there on the ground in person. But that's to be saved for another time. One of the big things has changed also over the weekend is Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. They've now got 2 cars out there this weekend. They've also changed over from the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evos to Honda NSX GT3s, and that they're also that Mercedes AMG Craft Bamboo Racing joining the series this year. There's one of our Team Singer Motorsport Thailand Honda NSXs, the number 12 machine. That's also currently the car on provisional pole position, although they are just starting to wind up because the lap time that had him on pole was a 1 minute 44.6. And now it looks like we're getting some times that are starting to, well, actually, pardon me, they didn't even count. That's what it was. Those are the out laps. So now flying laps coming in, and can actually tell you now we're looking at 1 minute 36s and 37s for our best times in the session so far. And it is going to be B-Quik Absolute Racing that's putting down the speed at this early stage in qualifying with 3 of their Audi R8 GT3s on top at this stage.
How good is it to see, just not only a larger contingent of cars, but the wider brand support as well. The fact that we've got 2 BMWs, we've got 2 Honda NSXs, we've got 2 Mercedes is just a huge boon to the sport. So, phenomenal to see increase in numbers. The car that we're actually looking at right now as they get a little bit squirrely coming through turn 10, crest the hill at 11. So there was a little bit of a wandering in the rear end of that car. The Team Singer Thailand number 12 will have Pity behind the wheel. They just had their lap time deleted. So this lap time they're currently on will need to be fairly representative, and I don't think it has been. I think it's only a good enough for a 44.401, which now puts them at the back end of the field. So, some improvements to come there. The early pace setters, 36.893. Remember, maybe not take too much out of your tire if you can. You make a mistake early on in the lap, keep them nice and cool. Don't overpressure them and come back and have another go. Pro team for B-Quik Absolute Racing leads the way the 25 Cup with Huang and Atasak for the weekend. It'll be Huang behind the wheel in qualifying 1, but sorry, my apologies. That's just shuffled. Huang and Atasak are in the GT3M class of car, and they've just moved to the top of the timesheets. I believe that was for track limits exceeding on lap 3. No, so lap number 3 will actually be okay, as everyone does get shuffled around. Boy, the times are coming in thick and fast. The Supercar GT3 field are exceptionally close together. There was a little bit of a gap between these cars last year. There's been a lot of work done in the off season, and times are very representative early on here, Dan. That's the closest this class has been in the entire time we've been covering it.
Yeah, looking good so far. Unfortunately, that time for the number 12 that you called out, that 139, I think it was. Unfortunately for Pity, it got instantly deleted pretty much for exceeding track limits at turn 4. As keeping our eyes on the number 62, with Akash behind the wheel. One of these Audi R8 GT3, now in Evo 2 specification. If I remember correctly, I believe it was the original Evo 1 package last year, unless I'm a little behind the 8 ball on where they were at last year. But yeah, B-Quik Absolute Racing here with 4 cars this weekend. And in Thailand Supercar GT3, so looking to have some strong representation once again. They've also got Marcus Winkelhock back this weekend after we got the chance to see him with the team at Bang Sen last year. He's here this weekend at Chang. He'll be in Q2 in the number 27 entry, paired up with Lin for this weekend. So that'll be interesting to see how he goes. Of course, definitely. Well, I think he's actually the only driver in the field FIA Platinum classified for this weekend. Yes, he is. But you've got drivers like Carlo Van Dam, who will be in the number 89 Honda NSX GT3. Jesse Kron from Finland in the Team AAI 91 BMW M4 GT3. So look to see maybe those 3 cars might be ones to watch out this weekend come the racing action.
Yeah, I think an interesting combination this year is going to be the Akash Nandi and Ashen Pieris, the Malaysian Sri Lankan pairing of those 2 drivers. Akash Nandi's been supreme over the last couple of years. Won the championship in 2022, runner-up last year with all the late penalties for, I believe it was pit lane entry limits or track limits. There was so much debate late on with the final round last year. That swapped hands a number of times within the final 15 minutes as we were trying to understand what had unfolded, and it ended up going the way of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Interesting to note that they're not out here as well to defend their title in this class this year, but such is things. They're going to focus, I believe, on their Lexus program, which we saw just before this one. It's interesting to note that those 2 drivers have paired up, and I believe Pieris was actually partnered with Henk Kicks, and we already documented that he stepped back to that GT4 program this year. And I mean, they both come in. They had a very, very strong Sepang 12 hours. They're both in different cars on the overall podium at the Sepang 12 hours with Akash Nandi in an Audi, but Pieris was in a Porsche there. So, they're both strong. They're both strong within the Asian region, both strong in endurance driving and the longer format endurance driving. And now this sort of becomes nearly a sprint race for them.
Yes, indeed. Pick up the 85 Craft Bamboo Racing entry. Jeffrey Lee currently behind the wheel of this one. And trying to get a time on the board, unfortunately, has had 1 lap in this session deleted for track limits so far, which was his previous attempt at a lap. So looking to make something count here on this one. Going to go up to a 138.421. But I'm seeing some updates.
Track times deleted. I don't think they've yet set a valid lap time. I think they've exceeded track limits on every one of their laps in that 85 car.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to say the least. We've also had a lap time deleted for Akash Nandi in the 62 Audi for exceeding the track limits at turn 1 as well. But looking in here, one of our B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi R8s, although, little wobble there. As you saw, that's not in the standard B-Quik colours. It's sponsored by Meng Model for this year. That is the number 27. So that there on board currently has Lin Hao from China in this opening session, but that will be the car that Marcus Winkelhock will be in Q2 and for the second and for the races this weekend. So you got that one there as number 89 of Vorenwood, Peter Bhakti, sharing that car with Carlo Van Dam. Currently in the pit lane. They're sitting in 6th outright, 5th in the GT3 Pro class. Also, impressively though, it is still Huang and Adisak, GT3 AM drivers, sitting outright pole position. Scott, as indeed. Those front brakes on the number 65 Mercedes from Viper Ninja Racing definitely will appreciate some more airflow to help them cool down.
Yeah, I think they're getting that car rolling. I think they need to. They either needed to shove a fan in there straight away or get that car rolling, and they've done that. So, service for a fresh set of tyres and have another crack at a lap time for Viper Ninja Racing's Douglas. Douglas Koo, remember, was in that Aston Martin last year. One of the older drivers in the field as well. He's impressive, the fact that he's still going racing and going racing at the top level and having fun with it as well. So that's the key factor for Douglas Koo. Is one of the oldest racing drivers still in a GT3 category right the world over. I think you'd be hard pressed to find an older driver. As we keep our eyes in this 91 car, remember when these cars struck the field too? They came in at Sepang and all of a sudden there's been a lot of attention on them. They were very, very quick that weekend, strong at the Malaysian circuit. And now they'll join the category for what we hope will be an entire season long and a crack at the titles. The 25 car is going to finish their Q1 a little bit earlier, come to the pit lane and start prepping that car for Q2. So Huang's done the job. 36.113. By the way, the difference between our top two teams is less than 0.03 of a second, 29 thousandths of a second between first and second, and 0.03 back to third place is the Sandy Stuvik car, driven by Deng Yi at the moment. Win here by BQAR. Audi Evo 2. The Audi's proving supreme at the moment, Dan. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the timing sheets.
That they are indeed. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Such as the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, maybe they could disrupt things a little bit there. It's got Vorovod back behind the wheel of the 89 to try and get one more flying lap in. As we're looking to push on, but it looks like that is certainly keeping up the speed, because we've also had a whole bunch of lap times deleted over the course of this session. Just seeing the most recent ones that have come through, the 62 and the 27, both had their 8th laps of the session deleted for exceeding track limits at turn 8. The number 90 had their 7th lap deleted for exceeding track limits at the final turn, turn 12. So that's unfortunate there for them. And also just come through, the 62 machine of Akash and Akash Nandi had his 8th lap, deleted for track limits also at turn 8. So drivers really trying to find the limits here today, and certainly not leaving much to spare. Let's have a look here to see what Vorovod can do, because this will be his one final chance at a flying lap for the Team Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, Honda NSX. He winds up that 89 to go for this final chance at a flyer. Let's see here, turn 1. Can he keep it in the limit, Scott?
I think there was a tyre inside the white line, so that'll count. And he will wind this thing up and have a real hot flying crack at it for Vorovod Biron Bhakti. I tell you what, Dan, I just did the maths. We've had 15 lap times deleted from the session thus far of 47 laps. That's a third of the laps. A third of the laps have been deleted.
Not leaving nothing to chance there. It looks like Lin Hua is going to jump out of the 27. Lin Hao, apologies to get all these names right. So they're pretty happy there with P4 for race 1. Lin will start that race later this afternoon for that car, as per the 2 driver rules in the category such here as TSS Supercar GT3. So not a bad spot to be, as back to Vorovod we will go. Needs to find 0.4 of a second to improve as on the curb there at turn 7. Whether that counts or not, we'll have to see. So also back in the garage, we've got the win here by BQAR car. I believe that might be Sandy Stuvik there. And debriefing with the team before he hands over to Deng Yi for the second qualifying session.
Well, I believe it's Deng Yi in that car, isn't it? As far as I was aware, Stuvik's going to be taking the second part of that session.
As far as I can see, according to the entry list, Sandy's been designated as driver 1, even though they're rated the same. So he would have been sent out to do the qualifying. That there would appear to be the second of our Singer Motorsport Team Thailand drivers there talking. So that would be Pity debriefing with the team in the number 12 machine. Meanwhile, Vorovud, I believe, has already come through whilst all of this has been happening. Yep, there he goes, already way up towards turn 3 by the looks of things. So for the number 89, a 37.966 on that final lap. Unfortunately, doesn't get him an extra spot. P6 for that car there to round out the session. And with that, they're all across the line, all in the pits. So Q1 is done. And to Huang and Adasak, they will take pole position for race number 1 in the number 25.
I'm wondering if that looks like Vorovud that was sort of watching on, although that would be shots of his car coming around now. So that didn't look like Carlo Van Dam there. And this is the discussion between the drivers. They're getting out, doing a little bit of debriefing down at Absolute B-Quik. Get the feeling that might have been Akash Nandi, who's currently talking to Eshem Pieris as it currently stands. And I was doing some Googling and some looking up. Asian Le Mans Series, by the way, is where Douglas Khoo's been doing a whole bunch of racing for Viper Nitsa Racing in the LMP3 class over the last couple of years. So, not just competing in the Thailand Super Series as well, steps outside of that. Also ran at the Sepang 12 Hours last year in a Mercedes, so I think there might have been a commitment to moving to Mercedes for Thailand Super Series for this year and beyond. So we might have seen the last that Aston Martin Vantage GT3, which is sad. One of my favourite cars, but Douglas Khoo competed in the there you go, the LMP3 category in Asian Le Mans.
Very impressive indeed. Yeah, I'm actually, because there's another question also about any of the drivers and teams potentially doing when GT, it's actually GT World Challenge Asia, next weekend, Chang International Circuit. I'm actually just trying to quickly flip through to see if I can find any teams and drivers that might check out. We do have Absolute Racing will be taking part in that series, as is Craft Bamboo Racing. And I believe I do have someone for us here. So, in fact, actually, number 25 here this weekend, which is Huang Rohan from China. Did race the opening round of GT World Challenge Asia, which was over in Sepang, with Audi. It's actually racing under the Audi Sport Asia team. Absolute is the team there. But so there's a possibility that Huang might race again at the track here next weekend. That's one driver I can spot out of the list.
By the way,
yep,
something's happened in terms of those results. Akash Nandi's, I don't know if there was a time deleted, but have a look at the final qualifying results from Q1. Akash Nandi, 36.106. Huang, 36.112. 0.006 of a second for pole position.
Oh, that one snuck through on us there. As some of the Team AAI guys enjoying a bit of enjoying the short break, it seems.
Why wouldn't they? Racing
exactly.
a lovely weekend at a racetrack, GT3 racing.
Yeah, well, I'm still doing. Jeffrey Lee in the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes, also raced in World Challenge Asia at Sepang, so there's possibly a chance they'd be racing again for the next race here at Chang. So that's two drivers. Akash Nandi's on the list with the Audi Sport Asia Team Absolute, so that's possibly a third. So the answer is sort of, yeah. A couple of drivers here in the TSS Supercar GT3 category, also racing in other GT3 competitions. So getting some good laps, good time, good practice in as a result.
And as you can see, all the teams now doing their preparations for Q2. You know what's good to see? No parallel parking in the pit lane. We won't have to deal with that. Hopping across the screens for between qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. Quick driver change, quick tire change. Quick debrief is about setting yourselves up, and 15-minute short shootout we'll have here. Did post out in the chat as well. You know, we're going to have the second of the 2 qualifying sessions for Thailand Super Series Supercar GT3, and then we'll be moving into our second race of the weekend before we'll hop into a lunch break. So we do have the Thailand Supercar GTC category coming to you after this one. Will be 12 laps worth of racing action, starting approximately 5 to 10 minutes after the conclusion of qualifying. Time to settle yourself into that car and settle down on an inn. Always good to see some of the local wildlife chilling out and checking out the racing action. Do you reckon he's a fan? Reckon he's got a season ticket?
Might have jumped in without a ticket, I suspect. Go for the low-profile approach whilst hanging out here at the circuit. Seems more likely to me, at least, anyways.
I reckon he's a B-Quik Absolute racing fan as well. He's in yellow colours.
That would check out. So there we are. Marcus Winkelhock in the driver's seat, ready to go in the number 27. See how they go here. So just waiting a couple more minutes before qualifying 2 will get underway. And I'm just trying to confirm. I believe I've got 5 drivers from various teams here. 4 of them from B-Quik Absolute Racing, or just the Audi Sport family, as it were, of drivers. Plus Jeffrey Lee at Craft Bamboo, I believe, is who I've got. So yeah, 5 drivers. Mind you, that was the last round at Sepang. Don't know if there's going to be more or less at race at.
I tell you what, Dan, that's Deng He getting into that car for a win here by BQS. Apologies for the microphone issues. Just had a cat decide that he wants to come and watch racing action as well. So all the wildlife getting involved both over in Thailand and here. So you're right, that was Sandy Stuvik in the number 37 car. So there you go, good spot.
My only spotting was part was that, well, one, it looked like it was Sandy. It did look like Sandy debriefing with the team there earlier, but also the fact that the entry list says that he was designated driver 1 and therefore had to take part in Q1 as per the regulations, which we did cover there during GTM GT4 qualifying. And just before this one here, as we've got a couple of, there you go, the guys from B-Quik Absolute Racing.
Well, that's Hank.
That's
Hank.
It is indeed it is Hank Kicks there on the left. It is a good point to make, to note. But trying to stay cool, chat about various things. Unfortunately, yeah, we can't tell you what they're chatting about because we are unfortunately working with pictures and not sound, but we hope to have that all fixed up after the TSS Supercar GTC race, which is coming up straight after this second qualifying session, the TSS Supercar GT3.
So tell you what, Dan, that's some of those chats that I want to be a part of is just down in the background, you know, in the pit lane. Yeah, the car was a little bit dancey. It was doing a little bit of this. I love car language, and we just when you look at race car drivers and you look at the way that they talk to each other, they want to give a bit of a visual representation. You know, it's sometimes at the entry of the corner, the car was quite settled, was rotating quite nicely. I got to the midpoint of the corner and the car wasn't balanced. You'll see the cars, you know. I love that. They're debriefing with their hands, really trying to make sure that everyone around the team understands, yeah, mid-corner is doing this, entry, you know, here's what I'm doing with the steering wheel, here's what the attitude of the car was doing. Pit lane not yet open, but cars rolling down to the pit lane exit. We are about to jump out and go for qualifying number 2 for your Thailand Supercar GT3. To everyone watching along at home, who's the support going to? Who do you want to see rolling out and potentially jumping to the top of this section? There's always a lot of support for Marcus Winkelhock, one-time Supreme F1 star, the only driver ever in existence to have led every Grand Prix he started in. And that stat is going to take a fair bit of beating. I love that stat.
I think by definition, that the fact that it's a 1 from 1 statistic might, yes, as you said, might be a little hard to beat unless you get another 1 from 1 situation as they start heading out now for this second 15. Oh, bit of piece of paper there on the windscreen.
Yep.
I believe that's the number 12 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand entry.
No, they're all doing it. So it's it's their entry information. It's they're eligible to be removed from the pit lane. So they've got to have it on the car when they roll down to the pit lane exit. Got to be taken off before they go out on the track, obviously. So
there you go, formalities and documentation to worry about. As there we go. Looks like the Team AAI BMW will be one of the last ones out and head off. So that car should now have, by the looks of things, rather than by the looks, let me actually go get the entry list back up again. I'll tell you exactly who it should have. It should have Yin Yu Chen.
I should believe it's Betty Chen from memory as well.
Behind the wheel here for qualifying number 2. So we'll see how quickly drivers get up to speed in these cars, as it looks like, yeah, outlap times coming through. But here we go. Winkelhock already at turn 12, getting ready to get this Meng model sponsored number 27 Audi off, and that was a nice sharp entry as he puts the hammer down. Let's see what our first flying lap in Q2 is going to look like here, Scott, as Marcus leads into turn number 1.
Yep, all of the curb over on the right-hand side leaves one tyre in play. Make sure that lap time doesn't get deleted, and already starting to barrel off down the straight. We're waiting for the sector times to come on through, and I tell you what, Escher Pieris has actually gone fastest in Sector 1, followed by Winkelhock, and there's just over a tenth of a second in that one. And the time back to P3, by the way, Adisak was supremely quick. All of a sudden, Carlo Van Dam just pops through and says, hey, how about some pace in the first sector? The NSX has absolutely got the legs and goes to the top of Sector 1 timings. When they get around to Sector 2, now it's going to start to get interesting as swings back the way of Marcus Winkelhock by 0.7 of a second currently. But remember, they're on their first flying lap, so times are still starting to come in. You've got to have those tyres in condition, ready, prepped, and ready to go. It's going to be either that first lap or that second lap. Remember, the higher rated your driver, generally, they know how to get the most out of the car straight away. And Van Dam nearly matches, so close in sector number 2. So that this lap time and this qualifying time, it's going to be supremely close when we get there. 36.313, 36 ones were the fastest times from session number 1. So maybe it's going to be a lap time number 2 will be the targeted lap number.
I think these cars might have, one more lap in them or 2. First flying laps are going to come in a 36.313. Marcus Winkelhock there, first car across the line. In behind him, Esham Pieris, I think it was.
Oh, here we go.
Put a 137.325 on the board. 25 goes through, a 37.403. So the B-Quik cars looking pretty close on track together. Just trying to pick up where is the 89 machine at on the circuit. Carlo Van Dam. Let's keep watching the 25 of Adisak now. And there we are. Van Dam through to the top, 36.296.
Have a look at it, Dan. Have a look how close it is at the top.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see that. 17/1000th of a second is definitely a good way to start off the session.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to keep an eye on and how the two cars perform as well. By the way, Marcus Winkelhock's just gone to the second sector and punched out the fastest second sector time. And then all of a sudden, the BMW M4 GT3, the 91 car, jumps to the top of the standings. They've gone purple in Sector 1 and in Sector 2. And the times, there's nothing in it. There is absolutely nothing in it. The difference at the moment seems to be that Sector 1 time. New purple time for Sector number 3 as they come through for their laps. And Winkelhock is on a barnstormer, but it's this car we've got our eyes on, lighting the timing screens up. Purple Sector 1, purple Sector 2, now through turn number 8. Have a look at the attitude of the 91 BMW M4. And I tell you what, they are looking good. They are looking supremely good. What's the lap time going to be for Jesse Krohn from Finland? is starting to really lay down in this car. The gold-rated driver comes to the final corner. What's it going to be when he gets to the line? Tries to get the drive down. 9:52 on the clock, as we currently saw it there. And good enough. No, goes to P2. 35.763. They've gone into the 35s here, Dan, and there's 300ths of a second in pole position in the 35s. Times are coming down. Track is quick.
Marcus went first, 35.8, but then Jesse Cron there, 35.76, but immediately pipped by Carlo Van Dam, who's basically directly behind here on track. We pick up the 89 Honda NSX, doing a 35.731 here. So three of our international drivers of gold and platinum driver ranking is, how about that from Van Dam, leaving absolutely nothing to chance, but that's probably a sign that unfortunately would mean this is probably not going to be the lap that he's looking for. But according to my timing, we need to go back to Jesse Cron if we can, because he got a purple Sector 1 whilst we were watching. We switched back to Van Dam here. Sector 1 timing marker is basically right at the braking zone for the turn 3 hairpin. Sector 2 timer is coming out of turn 6 there. And Sector 3, of course, is the rest of the lap back to the start finish line, which is pretty early on the start finish straight before any of the pit boxes here. So for Van Dam, first sector of a 22.9 was okay. Second sector of a 35.5, not too bad. But depending on where Jesse Cron was, had a 22.7 sector 1 and a 35.2 sector 3. Winkelhock's car in the pit lane, getting a fresh set of tyres on. By the looks of things, is there we go. Timing screen updates, 35.5 for Jesse Cron. Back to the top of the timing sheets for Team AAI in the BMW M4 GT3.
My word. 5.99. So there was 300ths in it in favour of Carlo Van Dam, and we saw him crawling all over the road in that car. I think their tyres have hit their peak performance and starting to head down the other side. So Team AAI showing strongly this weekend that they are certainly in the hunt, and there's a lot of potential for that car, and it mixes things up. Have a look at P2 and P3 on the board. Yeah, sure, you've got Carlo Van Dam and 89 for Team Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, but you also have the Countersac car, that 12 car, the second of the Honda NSXs, has popped to P3. So the Audis, whilst they were quick with their bronze drivers on board, it seems the supreme pace isn't coming out of the Audi. Maybe they've gone a step safer in terms of their setup, and it's going to create a better race car across the period, but they're going to struggle in terms of qualifying pace. That is certainly a potential.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something to watch if we have a cars run away at the start and then fade away towards the end of the session? That'll be curious to keep our eyes on, as we just saw the Craft Bamboo 85 Mercedes is in the pit lane, and it looks like they might be done for this session. Cauchy jumping out of the car, but also pick up Douglas Cruz. Actually, the only solo driver entry in TSS Supercar GT3 for this weekend here at the Chang International Circuit. So Douglas will hopefully try and pick up the pace from 1 minute 40 and see if he can maybe snatch a spot away. One of the drivers at the back, his current Sector 1, 23.7. Second, Sector 2 is at 37.0, so I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be much of a chance to improve. I'm actually not seeing purple, so I think that's going to be a no, not quite. As we see one of the AAI cars in the 91 of Jesse Cron, and going to park it there. 6 minutes to go. We'll see if he goes back out at all.
That's Van Dam. That's Van Dam back out there again and having another crack. So I think he might have cooled the tyres off, but you saw the headlights flashing, gets down in the braking zone. Didn't look all that accurate, but look at what he's trying to do. A little bit of counter steering in the middle of the corner. So it's not quite as accurate as maybe he would have liked. Sector 1 time was a 23.150. So relevant in terms of things. Could be on for a good lap, but it's got to be very, very accurate, very clean. Remember, he's got to improve. Did take time off on that last lap, 41.510, to try and cool the tyres off and have another crack at it. But we'll have to keep an eye on what the sector times look like as he comes to the second sector now. And it's a 37.399. So I think that's just a touch too slow. I think the lap's gone in terms of things. And I think the shine might have just gone off that tyre. And you saw Winkelhock came in for a fresh set of tyres. I think that's the only way they're going to scrap something out of it late in the session. So now we've got to keep an eye on Winkelhock.
Yes, as we pick up the 62 machine. Champiris aboard the car. 36.338. Got 0.3 back to teammate Nadasak behind, but he's also fine about half a second to challenge Marcus's pole time in this session as
The
the
89.
pit lane comes Carlo Van Dam. So I think that might just be it for them. Settle for P2 perhaps at this stage. Race number 2 tomorrow in this weekend as 25, I think that reads for Adasak in that case, coming into the pit lane. Yep, that is indeed the 25. And so a handful of cars coming in and deciding that will be them done by the looks of things. Seeing actually a personal best sector 1 for Cantasak in the number 12. Sector 2, I'm not so sure about. That wasn't a personal best in sector 2, but here we go, across the line. To sector 3 comes Cantasak, and he will displace teammate Carlo Van Dam. 1/1000th of a second in at Scott, but to P2 goes the number 12.
No, what? 1/1000th of a second. What? How? What? What's just happened? And hang on. There might be a problem with that lap, actually. I was seeing that was their lap 6 for that car. Yeah, that was their lap 6. That lap time was actually deleted for track limits at turn 1. So as soon as it was on the board, it got removed because they'd already deemed that lap was not going to count because it was at turn 1. But I tell you what, between the two NSXs, 1/1000th of a second across the lap. That's tight. That says those cars are both performing very, very evenly across the weekend. And Winkelhock, how's it looking? Has improved his sector 2 time. Sector 1 was close to his best time. Very, very close to his best time. Not perfect, not purple, not an improvement in sector 1, but sector 2 at the moment for the 27 is continuing to improve. The 62 machine now, Eshan Pieris behind the wheel is about 0.4 of a second off in sector 2. So I'd say that one's probably gone. And, in terms of things, might have an opportunity to cool the tyres off, have another crack late in the session.
Yeah, indeed, as we'll watch for Eshan to finish the lap off here, see where he ends up. He's into the final corner now, and he'll press on as well. But no improvement there. So that lap for Eshan Pieris on 136.6. And was that a little slide there through the apex of turn 1 as well, just to add a little insult to injury. Not quite sure from that angle there as to what that was the case for Douglas Koo, looking to try and improve on this one, pushing the limits at turn 4. Unfortunately, got his last lap deleted at that very same corner there for track limits. So be trying to do a little better. Has a personal best sector 1 at a 23.5. Gets a 37.1 there at sector 2. He's just passed by the timing line there. So look to see what he can do. In behind him, Marcus Winkelhock, personal best sector 1, 23.0. Sector 2, a 35.5. Biggest problem for him is going to be ergo traffic ahead. The number 90 of Yin Chen for Team AAI. That could be an issue here. As through turns 9 and 10 they come, Scott, and you can see Marcus is certainly still pushing on, but that BMW looks to be on a lap as well. That's going to cause him, back out immediately. Try and find him some space for the final run here. And you got nice, tight, late entry. And set it up for one more chance. 43 seconds on the clock. This is going to have to be the one that gets him on the front row.
Yeah, it's going to be a big lap here now for Marcus Winkelhock as he will start his last attempt at a qualifying lap for qualifying 2. And the drivers that are in the cars, ladies and gentlemen, this is how they'll start race number 2, which will be in tomorrow's coverage. So this is important. Got to be ahead of these drivers that he's in and around. Perhaps that Audi's got a little bit better tyre life in it. Perhaps not. We won't be able to tell that until later today. Deep and shallow at the entry to 1. He's offline. I don't think that's going to be quick enough. That line did not look like a good run for Marcus Winkelhock. And therefore, that might just be the end of that one. Although, Sector 1, 22.896, he's now fastest first sector of the session. What's it going to be? The run down to turn number 5. The exit crawls all over the curb. The attitude in the car. He's absolutely storming on a lap. 35.3 now as he gets to the second sector. So, now it's going to be that final sector. Again, there's going to be traffic in the way. Is the 90 car on a lap? He's on the lights, going for it as he comes down into turn 10, and that 90 car's in the way again. That's going to cost him when they get down here. Sorry, now we're at turn 9. Lap's going to get aborted. There's no way that lap improves from there, Dan.
Well, he's decided he's going to send it anyways as Marcus Winkelhock, so decides that might as well do something about it by just throwing it around the outside of Yin Yu Chen. And to turn 12 he comes. Let's see what he can do. Rounds the final turn. He does only need 0.02 of a second to gain on himself to get up a spot.
Gets it!
And it's going to be a 35.768 indeed. Only a couple of hundreds gained in the end of it all, but it will move him up to P3.
My word, was crawling all over it right throughout the lap. You could tell that there was a lot of attitude in that car. Was having a crack. And you just go 35.768 on that final lap, and he definitely was impeded by the 90 car. You just feel in the back of your mind, Dan, he needed to find from that lap a 10.5 to go to pole. I reckon it was there. He's definitely lost more than a 10.5. I reckon that's probably 2 to 3 tenths minimum that he's lost out of that lap in that final sector. So unlucky.
Yeah, that is highly likely indeed. As we pick up Douglas Koo here, who's completed his laps possible, improved to a 1 minute 40.0. Unfortunately, though, that will be last of our 10 cars here in TSS Supercar GT3 for the Viper Ninja Racing Mercedes AMG. There's also been a message that's come through from Race Control in the past minute or so. That number 90 of Yin Yu Chen was on a flying lap, and unfortunately, 139.253, which in the end actually didn't improve his positional time, was deleted for track limits as well at the very last corner to boot there. So all the action coming through then to round out qualifying for TSS Supercar GT3. We're going to take another short break here on the global broadcast. We've got ourselves TSS Supercar GTC coming up next in about 20 minutes time for the green flag. Stay with us here on this English feed. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. never know.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, for the second race here today at the Thailand Super Series for 2024. Qualifying now in the books for all the classes across the weekend. It's time to move across to our GTC category. We've got a whole bunch of Toyota Supras. We've got some Trans Am cars in the mix as well. The Nissan GTR R35, Lamborghini Gallardo, and a Ford RR Daytona Coupe car, which I believe is the kit cars we saw at Bang Sen last year as well. They are very, very pretty cars, lovely to look at. And this class is all about eyes on some interesting cars here, Dan.
Yep, certainly is, Scott. And the Supras are new this year to this category. Didn't see anything of the sort last time out. We are actually, interestingly, last year we did see some GT4 cars. Now, obviously, no, there is a separate class and category of racing for GT4. Of course, so that is a 1 hour sort of mini endurance race of a sort. Whereas this GTC category is an all-out sprint race. Just 12 laps is what they get to race around here. And whereas obviously the GTM GT4 combined race is a 60-minute race. So did see a couple of those GT4s, but not this year. It seems they've all gone to GT4 categories or elsewhere. So we are left with a different field. But have visited those new cars in, such as those Supras joining the grid this year. Otherwise, everything else fairly similar in that sense. As see now, we've got some people down at the grid getting ready to go racing shortly, as team members, fans, and the like are also invited down to the grid. As there we go. There's our two Supras that are joining GTC this year, rolling out onto the track. They are going to be starting.
That Lamborghini, Dan, is actually a new pickup as well for the Caceres. I'm assuming they're brothers, Caceres brothers from the Philippines. They were running that Nissan GTR R35 last year, and remember Manuel was also in the GT4 category a little bit earlier on as well. So Manuel stepped up to two classes this season, and they were running, I believe, it might have been a modified Supra last year, but they had a lot of problems with that car. Might have been a Supra, now that I think about it. But yeah, Manuel had a lot of problems with keeping that car running. It seemed to be very temperamental. So into the Nissan GTR R35 this year. And Manas is going to be in the Lamborghini Gallardo. So that's going to be really, really cool. And let alone getting the fans out and onto the grid to go and get involved in that Ford Lenatech backed car as well for Damien Hamilton, I believe, in the Ford Mustang Trans Am 2. And Cem Yılmaz, the Turkish driver, back again. I know he was a fan favorite last year in the chats as well. They love seeing Cem do quite well. But yeah, we'll step back. There's probably one less Trans Am car than we saw last year. Actually, two less, because they don't have the entry for Jalen Robotham. And we're just getting an update as well. Unfortunately, everyone within the Thailand Super Series paddock has a long-standing fan of the sport and official as well. Franz, unfortunately, from the Thailand Super Series officials paddock, has passed away over the last week or so, and the series thought it best to honour him in the best way that they possibly could. The series will be holding a minute of silence here in about at 2:15 p.m. Australian time, which will be 11:15 a.m., which has just ticked over to now. So I expect that we'll be moving to our minute of silence here in just a few moments. But in the meantime, gridding's still underway. So we'll keep you updated with what's going on with the honouring services for friends, and let you know, and have a look at that supporter program for Ford Lenatech. Look at how many people want to get in and be a part of that car. And being the big Trans Am spec, they're a beautiful car to look at and listen to.
And that they are, Scott. Yeah. Big old V8 engine under the bonnet of those two things. There is the Ford RR Daytona Coupe. This year, look like it's blacked out, and then running the old-fashioned white stripes up the middle of it there, as we've see drivers, teams, officials all moving around, getting in position and ready to go for the racing action. And yeah, umbrellas are plenty to help give some shade out there on the front stretch. Temperatures on their way up towards, if not already passing 40 degrees Celsius at the air temperature. See here, drivers now parked up and just taking a moment to pause. Said yes, Scott. Great representation here for Lanatech, Liquid Racing outfit here in Thailand. Everyone wants a piece of the action, it seems.
It's good to see that 88 car back in action. They ended up, that was a last year for the last round, ended up, it was Jalen Robotham's car. They ended up having to get the stickering and the numbering over across onto a fan drive car because they had failures at the last round last year just to even get them out on track. So good to see that car returns again this year, albeit it will be Damian Hamilton behind the wheel of that one. And yeah, everyone's settling in and enjoying lovely festivities. It's, you know, it's about embracing racing. That's the big factor, Dan. And you know, taking again, if you have a look up and down the field, we've got a ton of classes and categories, and this will be our minute of silence. Thanks for sitting with us to honour the officials and a big part of the Thailand Super Series paddock as well. And good to see the respect shown. That's the R35 being wheeled away from the grid.
That's not a good sign, Scott. No, you don't do that unless there's something that's gone wrong, because otherwise that car would have been starting out of what it says here on our timing screen's 5th place, and indeed that's heading for opening in the pit wall. I've got to, it looks like maybe try and back it in perhaps there. As you see here, our local team on the ground, as whilst we talk here from afar and try and commentate on things as we see them. Of course, yeah, local team with the local production able to represent the action here at the circuit, which is always good to see. So we've seen Goody here a couple of times before with these similar kinds of pre-race introductions down on the grid and interviews with certain drivers. Might have to see if we can almost listen, or might have our producer here in Australia listening in case there's an interview of some kind. We do have a couple of internationals on the grid. See if maybe any of them are in English.
สวัสดีครับเอ็กครับสวัสดีครับโอ้โหยินดีด้วยนะครับสำหรับเวลาในการควอลิฟายที่ดีที่สุดในเรสนี้เลยนะฮะ1 นาที 43.542 เตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรบ้างครับก็สนามนี้อากาศค่อนข้างร้อนนะครับก็ได้ทำการปรับเซตติ้งไปในรอบ practice แล้วนะครับก็พยายามเตรียมความพร้อมรถให้ได้ดีมากที่สุดนะฮะซึ่งก็เป็นปีแรกของผมด้วยที่ลงทำการแข่งขันในรุ่นซุปเปอร์คาร์ GT4 ครับนี่นะฮะและแน่นอนว่ามีเพื่อนร่วมทีมด้วยกับต้นมานัทมาคะแนนตามกันมาเลยนะฮะตอนนี้เวลาที่ดีด้วยฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับเอกครับ
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์โตโยต้ากาซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์ด้วยนะครับ
ค
ห
รับ
มายเลข 37 แล้วก็ 38 นะครับ ในรุ่นซุปเปอร์คาร์ GT4 ครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับเอ็กอัครพงศ์อัคคณีนิโรธนะครับไปดูอีกคันหนึ่งฮะกับต้นมานัทกุลปรานนท์นะครับเป็นเพื่อนร่วมทีมที่ทำเวลาคุริฟายได้ดีเป็นอันดับ 2 อยู่ในเกรดสตาร์ทที่ 2 นะครับ ตอนนี้ต้นอยู่กับเราแล้วนะครับ สวัสดีครับต้นครับ
สวัสดีครับ
โอ้โห เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการเตรียมความพร้อมในเปิดสนามแรกซีซั่นแรกนี่มาเวลาดีเลย
โอเคพี่ ถือว่า 1-2 เยี่ยมมากค
ห
รั
นึ่งสอง แต่วันนี้ 12 รอบสนามทำยังไงบ้างครับ
บ 12 รอบสนามครับ ก็อย่างแรกก็น่าจะเรื่องจำกัดความร้อนก่อนแล้วกัน
ครับแน่นอน
แต่ว่าอย่างอื่นก็ถือว่ารถสมบูรณ์มากครับ
ครับ
ซูเปอร์กันนี้นะครับ
โอ้โหซูเปอร์ BR ซูเปอร์ 3S ใช่ไหมฮะ
ครับ
2 รุ่นเลย
ครับ
ครับอ่ะฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับสำหรับโตโยต้ากาซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์
ครับก็ครับโตโยต้ากาซนะครับไทยแลนด์นะครับ พวกเรานะครับเบอร์ 3738 นะครับ ก็เต็มที่ครับ ลองดูสนุกแน่
เอาใจช่วยด้วยนะครับ ขอบคุณครับ ครับแน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับ รุ่นนี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามกับการเปิดฤดูกาลติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับ กับ Thailand Supercar GT4 ครับ
ขอบคุณครับกูดี้ครับเสียงยังคงใสเหมือนเดิมนะครับเพิ่มเติมคือหล่อมากขึ้นมาดูบรรยากาศกันดีกว่าสดๆอย่างที่เมื่อกี้นี้กูดี้ได้สัมภาษณ์กันไปแล้วบ้างนะครับแต่คันที่
Yep, so we're going to come back to you, ladies and gentlemen. What we've got to try and do is I mean, it's quite difficult from our perspective as it currently sits. Goody does interview a number of drivers up and down the field, and some of them in Thai, some of them in English when it's on offer, and it's insight that's just crucial to what we're doing. So we've got to try and put that together. Sometimes it is what it is, and occasionally you get good nuggets of wisdom. Goody's such a character on the grid, though, Dan. Always love, excuse me, always love crossing to Goody.
I mean, yeah, 100%. There's a lot of energy and excitement and just and good energy here on the circuit. There you go. Damien Hamilton is one of the drivers I was thinking maybe we'd hear from him and maybe that'd be potentially an interview in English, but looks like that wouldn't be the case there. As he's just spoken to the Tours Racing Thailand Supras on that front row before handing back to the local trackside commentary team that'll be presenting the local Thai broadcast for the rest of the day. As see here through the rest of the field here. There's that Lamborghini Gallardo, which is going to start out of P6 and then in behind the Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe Tech Pro Racing there. And unfortunately, with the R35 heading back to the pit lane, we are going to have a gap there on the grid, which is definitely a shame, but nevertheless, still see what these drivers can do in their opening 12-lap sprint of the season here, Scott.
Yeah, and there was a lot of hard-fought battling between this category. So for those of you watching along at home that have never seen this racing before, what you've got are effectively two high-horsepower heavy cars in the Trans Am cars, which sit on that second row of the grid. Damien Hamilton was the car with all the attention around him for Lanatech Liquimoli Racing. A lot of attention in around that car, a lot of fan support, a lot of fan engagement as well. They're very, very important. I believe they'll be actually running a car around during the lunch and break, doing track laps as well, hot laps with a bunch of the fans. They run a ton of promotional material and everything. Important to get the air into those cars as well. 1 minute to green, and now that means everyone will have to clear the grid. So Damien Hamilton in the first of the Trans Am cars, Chang will be in the second one of those. Very, very quick in a straight line, and they may try and nick the spot when they get off of turn 1 if they can get good drive, and the run down to turn number 2. Again, good support from all of the people on the ground over in Thailand. But this category was actually quite brilliant just because of the differences in between the cars last year, Dan.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yes, it's only a short sprint race, but as you said, depending on how drivers were to maximise their cars, it made for a very interesting bit of racing. So I have to see here, because looking at the qualifying times that did come through for this category, Parapong, who's on pole position in the first of these Toyota Supras, a 143.5, and then the second fastest time with his teammate Manat in the second Supra, a 145.9. So maybe says a bit there that just, again, variation in car confidence and track knowledge definitely may be playing a part. we'll have curious to see if the Trans Am cars, as you said, still have that straight line advantage and maybe give up a little bit in the turns as this formation lap gets underway and the drivers start to get some heat into the tyres, as we'll bring up the grid here on the screen graphic for you here in TSS Supercar GTC.
Yeah, Sector 1 all the way down to just about the entry of Turn 3. Get through Turn 5, Turn 6, that'll end Sector number 2, and then the long, twisty Sector number 3 as well. Not much room to spread the legs, stretch the legs of car performance on the run through Sector number 3 is unfortunate for the Trans Am cars. Hankook Ventus F200s, the tyre of choice. Slick tyre for racing here. And now they'll try and settle themselves into race mode as they warm up the cars. Starting grid about to come your way for race number 1 of the Thailand Supercar GTC category. And it's Toyota Supra front row of Akrapong and Manat who are going to lead the way. On row number 2, going to be Damien Hamilton and Chem Yudolmaz and the Trans Am cars. After them was scheduled to be the Nissan GTR R35, but we saw that being wheeled off the grid. So following him behind will be Manuel Caceres in the Lamborghini Gallardo and Siramet in the Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe.
So while it is a small grid for this race, still plenty of options to hopefully see some action. And yeah, we'll be curious to see who's got straight line speed, who's got cornering grip, who makes the most of it as a result. It's a big old wing on the back of that Daytona Coupe there at the back of the field, Scott. So whether that works out for him, we'll have to wait and see. The driver's now coming up towards turns 8 and 9. Last bit of tyre warming and preparation that can go into it. It'll be a rolling start, as we saw for the Super Compact earlier this morning to kick off our day's action here. So drivers will need to get in formation here once again and then get ready to go racing for 12 laps, our first sprint race of the weekend.
And that Lamborghini is a really interesting addition to the rear end of the grid, by the way. For the fans watching along at home, might be wondering where that is coming from. Well, that Lamborghini is a Super Trofeo car from 2010, was when that one first rolled off and saw its first racing lap. So that's been around for 14 years now as everyone forms up. Toyota Supra front row for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Again, expanding their driver roster here for this weekend. It's going to be the 38 car that will lead us to start this race from 37. Keep your eyes on those Trans Am cars, because once they wind up, they're going to go on the lights that are up ahead as well. They come off the final corner, trundling to the lights. Lights are off, and we are racing for 12 laps here, and no time wasted at all. That's Chem Yudolmaz, who's going to go charging for the lead. Round the outside at turn number 1. Goes to the outside of the 38 machine. Forced way wide off and onto the runoff area. And have a look at that Daytona car as well. Has really got its legs wound up now as they head down the back straight away. Now Chem Yudolmaz will get to the lead. The Trans Am car supremely quick in the straight line. What's the braking performance like? Damien Hamilton has just been forced to sit and watch as everyone else goes racing around the outside. Left the hole on the inside, though, for the 38 entry. The Toyota Supra 3S is going to have a crack. And now Chem can put the foot back to the floor, settles in, and starts to control this race.
Well, let's see if he can continue to control it, because now we're coming into turns 4 and 5 and start getting into the twistier stuff, but also a good start there for that Daytona Coupe of Siramet in the opening sectors. And as I had a message just come through from James Taylor, who's one of the race control officials. As Siramet going around and around goes the Daytona machine. Keeps it out of the wall, though. Can he get the car refired? Has it stalled out there on the exit of turn 6? Not quite sure yet. As we continue to watch here at the front of the field, Yudolmaz trying to hang on to the race lead, but the Supra coming around the outside. I believe that's the 38 of Akrapong, who's going to see it here on the replay again and just
lost it.
Yeah, completely self-spun as we caught there on the live footage. Unfortunately, not enough heat in the rear Hankooks. As back to the live footage we go as we see Akrapong go to the inside, but Yilmaz's back looking for it under brakes late in the race. Well, late in the lap, I should say. Sorry, it's not the late in the race because that's lap 1 of 12 complete here, Scott. But how about that? The back and forth is definitely on here. The Trans Am's got the straight line grunt. It doesn't quite have the braking and cornering performance here, as there you go for Akrapong. Gets the run through turn 1. Maybe he's safe to turn 3 this time round.
Well, he's going to try. He's got to run, and he's got to run very, very quickly because Chang Yilmaz is coming at him. For Damien Hamilton, though, he's not been able to hang on to the rear bumper of the 37 car. And no, yeah, so not enough straight line speed. It took so long for Chem to overhaul the corner difference, the cornering speed difference that Supra had at turn 1. By the time he started to pull him back, he was nearly on the brakes yet again on the run down to turn 3. And I'll tell you what, going as hard as they possibly can early, the difficulty that Chem's got is he might want to just say, you know what, it might be worthwhile yielding this one, although he's quite quick at the apex down there at turn 4, tries to get underneath 38 car as we get to turn 5, not quite far enough alongside to pull that move off. He might want to look after the cars and just lock in second place. Look after the tyres even.
We'll have to see if the tyres maybe hurt after 11 laps and more of this, but that, I have to say, it was actually almost impressive there from the Trans Am car. It actually had the grip to go through, go with him, go with Akrapong through turn 4. It's now here, the slower stuff, 5, 6, 7, 8 through to 9. Just completely unable to keep up, and as a result, by the time we get down to turn 12 here, there's nothing, despite this being sort of the third sort of straightaway. Actually, a fourth, sorry. There's 4 decent straights here. Front straight, the run from turn 1 to turn 3, turn 3 back up to turn 4, and that there's sort of 10, 11 to turn 12, all giving options for straight line and grunt, as we see there, your top 2. As they were, he's got a big sideways moment there through turn 1. Opposite lock in full effect for Chang Yilmaz. Hangs onto it, but he's certainly not given up just yet, Scott, but he's 1.7 seconds back out the line. And going to have to try and settle in, as you said here, with another 10 laps still on the board to come.
Yeah, you do a few more of that, it's not going to end too well for him. Yeah, but obviously whatever it was that was going on in qualifying for Chang Yilmaz, he's fixed that one up because he's gone nearly a full second faster than his qualifying time. So he's clearly found some pace in that machine. Again, difficulty is trying not to take too much out of the tyres. And Manasek Serra's Lamborghini Gallardo. There's going to be a battle at the tail end of the field, by the way, between those two cars. Damien Hamilton is actually starting to close in on the second of the Supras, so there will be a battle for third. But it is more exciting to keep our eyes on Chang Yilmaz with the way he's driving that car.
Yeah, if he's not careful, though, he'll have Manat catch up to him and maybe get back to the P2 position that car had right at the start of this race. So watch to see here how that goes. There you go. The 11 of Siramet hanging on there. Although actually, pardon me, he's gotten past Manasseh in the Gallardo. So that's an exchange of position there. So the number 11 is Daytona RR Coupe, stretching its legs once again. Now that it's finally pointing in the right direction. But unfortunately, just got itself a little too crossed over at the start of the race. Unfortunately for Manasseh, either not got the pace in that car, because it definitely looks a little timid at this stage here, easing it through turn 9. Got some decent legs on it once he gets out onto the straightaways, but maybe just not confident in the car underneath him at turn 10. And the indicators still work on the car.
Hey man, you want indicators on a race car? At least they do work though. That's a beautiful car. I like, again, it's about supporting, what are some very, very beautiful race cars, and you get the opportunity to go, oh, Chem's out! No, something's happened to the Turkish driver and his Ford Mustang.
That does not look like a healthy bit of smoke coming out of the exhaust there on the side of the car. And oh, look at that there. It's just belching smoke out the exhaust pipe there in front of the right rear tire.
Is that a seal? Maybe that's gone? Because there is a blue tinge in that smoke.
Yeah, something in the engine or drivetrain has... Well, so something in the engine presumably has gone. I think, something like an oil leak of some kind would not be too out of the picture there based on that. But unfortunately, that just means there's absolutely zero pressure on the 38 of Akarapong now, as it'll be Manat to jump up to second as a result. And Damien Hamilton now running in third place here. Once again, it seems Trans Am cars can be a little fragile.
I think it's the temperatures, Dan. I don't think they like the temperatures that that we're seeing. There's something in it in Thailand that they just don't like the conditions.
I mean, that would be a fair estimate. Yes, I mean, as you said, 40 degrees Celsius air temperature is certainly no mean feat. Decent amount of humidity in the air as well. Going to make for a handful as
Oh,
deep at turn 3. Okay, and the 37 is slow there on the track map. Is something going wrong with the second of the Supras? Because Damien Hamilton's just blown past him on the on the run to turn 3, according to the timing and scoring as well.
do we have a sector time for the 37 at sector 1? Something's happened to that car.
We don't. We don't, Scott. No.
I'm wondering whether or not the 35 car's thrown something up off the road and it's been ingested by the 37 as well. Like, what's going on?
There's 37 now. Yeah, pardon us. So it looks like it might have just been a Okay, we're going to have to call that one just a bit of a false alarm. It's a transponder issue because that's the 37 there, happily circulating, in second place. And for a second there, got completely thrown because unfortunately when we didn't have direct footage of the car, we were sort of like, had to go off what we saw there. But no, carrying on, as is the Lanatech board. Yeah, still now sitting in third place at this stage, and quite comfortably so as well. Not unfortunately making inroads on your top two, the Supras. So it might just be a case of get this car home and make sure it's good to go for tomorrow. Unlike what's happened to
of the Trans Am cars, the Chemu Dolmaz machine was the most reliable last. They didn't run into a single issue last year. And Chem actually had a really, really good drive here in the last round of the season last year. It was a phenomenal battle with the other cars, but yeah, they've not really had all that many problems with that car, and then all of a sudden, show up here and that's sort of the first time that's really kicked over. I wonder whether or not they might have detuned the Damien Hamilton car a little bit. They've looked at the temperatures and just gone, because he didn't have anywhere near as much the same level of pace, or alternatively, if he's short shifting, if he's lifting out a little bit, just trying to temperature manage that car. That might explain, because he was faster than Chem in qualifying, but it can't touch him in the race.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, a whole lot of possibilities. And once again, the transponder seems to have played up on the 37 because it was slow and got stuck there at sector 1. And I presume, he'll pop back in at sector 3, start of sector 3 there. So would appear to be some issues there. But unfortunately, it means we've now got the 5 cars that are still running, more or less circulating by themselves, it seems. We haven't got anything really battling happening at this stage. That's a little deep at turn 3. Yep, we'll run just past the limits there for Manassa Manok Series. But that also maybe just validates that maybe there's now something down on the track surface, because we saw one of the Supras that ran deep at turn 3. That's now the Lamborghini running deep at turn 3. So I think, unfortunately, Chemu Dolmaz, that TA2 self-immolation, or just self-expiration, however you want to call it, has maybe put something down on the track surface indeed.
Well, they've got lunch and break after this, but remember they said they're going to be, they always do fan engagement during the lunch break. So I'm wondering whether or not they might have to get out there and try and clean that car up. And have a look at the 38 as he approaches turn 3 this lap. Much, much tighter, gets away from where all that smoke and potential stuff on the track is. So, that's interesting to consider. He's immediately modified his line, and you're right, the Gallardo was way wider down there. But I can tell you, Siramet's starting to find some time in that number 11 car. The problem for him, he's now 20 seconds off the back of Damien Hamilton. So whilst he's improving the time, and Damien Hamilton's drifted off a little bit, he's responded. His last lap was like a 50.7 or so, but the current lap he's on certainly looks a lot better than that. So, you know, there's been improvements when indeed the lap time. So last time I was a 49.7. The time before that was in the 50s. So yeah, I wonder whether or not he might just be managing that car. And you can see the distance on the track map as well.
Yeah. Watch here now. Manat in second place. And yeah, fastest car out on track is the race leader, Akara Pong. See now Manat can just obviously stay steady. You can see there on the lap times that it's definitely a wide range of confidence in these drivers and their cars, or maybe even just thinking of their drivers just pacing themselves, as we said now, to look after things. You said a half a second difference on the last lap between Damien Hamilton and Siramet, but yeah, with only 5 laps to go, the next time they cross the line, going to need to find a bit more than a half a second a lap for things to change. There is, and that across the line is a 48.7. Akara Pong, the only driver doing did a 147.1, so yeah, healthy margins there at the front of the field as some of the team from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand watch on from the garage there. With the Lexus RCF GTMs there in the background as well. Once again, yep, the track map does not match up with where the 37 is, already entering and exiting turn 3, whereas the transponder says I'm actually back on the straightaway. Somewhat there is Damien Hamilton in behind in 3rd place.
It's just not enjoying that sector 1 timing line. Whatever it is, it's not enjoying that timing. Anyway, the 88 machine in same colours as last year, but different driver. An opportunity for Damien Hamilton to come and prove himself in the Trans Am car, and phenomenal category that's being more and more embraced, I think, the world over. It's very important to have your higher end categories, your GT3s with the ABS, your traction controls, but there's also so much support for a raw category of cars, and you see that with Porsche Cup, with Ferrari Challenge, with Super Trofeo, but also to have your American brands and I guess more Australian muscle car style supercar-esque brand of car, able to go racing, and there's been so much development in that space to create a cheaper format of racing as well. Something that's not you're going to spend millions of dollars on this car, and it's critical for global racing to have something in that category that represents not just a sports car style, but also something with a lot more power at the rear wheels and something that wears tires. So I love the Trans Am cars as a format.
I mean, yeah, 100%. It's just one of the categories that runs around all the support stables here in Australia. At least the TA2 category that we see here. There's apparently a TA1 specification that I don't think I've ever heard of racing in America more than anywhere else. But I mean, yeah, having a car, it's basically not so much a kit car, but built to a spec chassis, throw over bodywork that vaguely resembles the a road-going car, and have it so it's pretty straightforward to buy, to maintain, to run, and most of us are suckers for V8s because of the at least the car culture in Australia, at least certainly tends towards that, anyways. But these new Toyota Supras come into this GTC category, continue to look ever stronger as Akira Pong coming through turns 10 and 11 here. He's got 3 laps to go once he gets to the start-finish line and continuing to just check out all by himself. I have to say, because all we've got here in terms of information is it's called a Toyota Supra 3S, is its official designation on the entry list in the transponder. As to what exactly that entails versus a Supra 8AR for Manat, would be interesting to sort of learn about in the coming days and weeks. We probably should see what we can find out about these things, I think, because I wonder what engine they've got under the hood for starters. I presume something along the lines of, I think it was a 3-litre Turbo 6 is like the road-going option at the high end, which is borrowed from BMW.
And then it looks like the 8AR is just the sort of the slightly bigger version of it. Yeah, slightly different configuration, if you will. I mean, you have a look at the front end of them; they do definitely look a little bit different in their intakes as well. They're not standard, but it's that same body end out the rear of the car as well, slightly different shape. I mean, it's an opportunity. I think the big thing is, this is quite critical when you look at the development of drivers the world over. Toyota Gazoo have got such a good racing program from WEC specifications, and it's really important to them as a platform that they support it right throughout. This is a good opportunity for them to yeah, sure, support and sell more cars within Thailand itself, but that also generates a lot of opportunity for young race car drivers. And when you look at Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand's prospects and where they've finished in terms of things, they went over to Nürburgring and won a class last year in the Nürburgring 24-hour. That's no mean feat to not only have the car survive, but a track you're not going to a lot of the year as well is very, very difficult to survive that race because it's such a unique. There is nothing else like the Nürburgring 24 hours. So, they're expanding that driver program in certainly in Thailand, and some of the drivers that you'll be seeing here are also going to be going over and potentially competing in that, and the expansion of it. You've got to have that support globally to find the best drivers. If you haven't got programs in all of the countries, you're going to miss talents that pop up from time to time. So it's critical to them and their development within Asia to certainly have this program out here, and including a couple of ranges worth of different cars as well is quite key.
I mean, yeah, running through the entry list again, they've got the two TSS Supercar GTM, Lexus RCF entries, the two Toyota Supras here in TSS Supercar GTC. You've got the Toyota Supra GT4 entry in the TSS Supercar GT4 category as well. Have a quick look through as well. See if they've got anything else. They will have an entry in Thailand Super Pickup Class A, which we'll see later on today. And yes, of course, they'll have cars in Thailand Super Compact, which we'll see real quick. Do they also enter? Also, Super Pickups are all gone through those. So yeah, just the Toyota Altis and Toyota Yaris, as we saw this morning. And then maybe Super Eco real quick. We look through that one there for us here. That would be a no. So they're in about 2/3 of all the categories, I think, based on that there. So, as you said, strong representation across a wide range of wide range of categories as part of the Thailand Super Series program on the whole. But while we've been talking, Akrapong is going to come around and start the final lap of this TSS Supercar GTC race here today. I mean, there you go, cross the line now. The gap of 18.2 seconds. There should be fairly steady sailing for these guys. And then Damien Hamilton will round off the podium in due course as well. You see there in the middle of shot, Manassa Manuel Caceres is looking to bring home that Lamborghini Gallardo Super Trofeo in P5, last of our running cars, unfortunately. As there goes Hamilton through turn 1 in 3rd place.
I'm really keen to see this Daytona car tomorrow up against the two Trans Am cars. Slightly different platforms. Like you said, bigger wing. It hasn't got the underbody downforce. It's got the big wing and the big front splitter. But if you have a look at the rear end of that car, there's no diffuser, so it's not generating downforce from that area of the car either to generate some of its lap time. So when we saw him, the rear end swap ends on him earlier on in the race, you can sort of understand that he's fighting cars that are generating a little bit better downforce at the bottom of the car as well. And the other point that I think was just raised by somebody actually out in the land of our YouTube chat as well is, Supras are so critical to Toyota's car identity. And everything that they do at the top end of international racing within the prototype categories, that's nice. It's really cool for them to go and win those, but they need to have some car identity, and that's what this program is really about. As Akrapong comes to the final corner, he's going to receive the checkered flag for the 38 car. Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand take one win from GTC category racing. from one race, qualified on pole, led every lap of the race just about. It was the 35 car that troubled him at the start of the race, but 38 from 37 puts Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand in a strong position in the GTC category.
Yep, I think they'll be rather happy with a 1-2 finish as they come across the line, and indeed looking pretty neat and tidy there as Damien Hamilton will round out the podium in that Trans Am Mustang. See in the background there, the Lamborghini of Manassa Manuel Caceres will take the flag, and it just leaves us with Siramet to come around the final turn here, and he too will pick up the flag and, well, come home in fourth as Manassa, a lap down on the field, will be classified as finishing here in fifth today. Scott, unfortunately, said Chem Yilmaz, his car giving up there, and that'll be a retirement for him. And Manuel Rafael Caceres unable to get the CNC Sports Nissan GTR out on track, tragically, as it had to be taken back into the pit lane off the starting grid.
And now safety car is going to pull out to the end of the pit lane. I think they're going to go have a look at whether or not there's anything on the road down on the run to turn 3. Akrapong confirmation has won Thailand GTC from Manat and Damien Hamilton in P3 in that Lanatec Liquid Moly racing machine. And strong showing from them all. Fastest lap of the session, 45.057 from Akrapong as well. Phenomenal lap time. Had control of that race. Was very, very interesting up at the front end. But for Chemmy Dolmaz, hope whatever's gone wrong there was only a minor inconvenience, and they can get that car back out tomorrow because he looked good. It was good watching him drive that car too. Always entertaining. Is the
without a
Turkish
doubt.
driver. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was definitely the highlight of the race, watching him have a crack at the two Supras for that early lead to see if maybe he could challenge there. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the legs. It seemed with the 38, so 38 starting to pull away there of Akrapong, but then unfortunately, yeah, when the car, well, gives up on you, definitely not what you're hoping for in any stretch of the imagination. As cars back in the pit lane, Akrapong can now get some water into him to help cool off a little bit again as the sun beats down here on the Chang International Circuit. And yep, the leaf blowers come out to pump air straight into those intercoolers and just air intakes in general, and the radiators there. So drivers here can take a bit of a breather, and I think we might do the same as well shortly here, Scott, with, as you said, a lunch break and hot lap session coming up here. The circuit. Our next event will be Thailand Super Pickup D1 division. Our Class A and B drivers. That race starts in just under an hour's time locally, 12:40 p.m. Thailand time. It's currently sitting at 11:53 a.m. at Thailand time for your information. So I think that's about it from us. I mean, yeah, 2 races, a bunch of qualifying there to finish off the weekend. As apologies there, I had a couple of issues there with switching down. It looks like back to feed at the circuit, and we're being told to expect some highlights, perhaps before we take this break that we were expecting to get here.
Yeah, but like you said, lunch and break, and then everything else that's coming up in this afternoon's racing as well, as catching up with the drivers at the end of pit lane, talking to each other, celebrating good racing. You can see everything going on down there as well, with cooling off, keeping their drivers cool, and finishing off the racing action as well. The key factors is that we're going to get into some fun stuff, I think, for the fans. You can see there's already a Porsche. I believe that's the absolute B-Quik GT4 entry rolling down. That's potentially going to be doing some hot laps with some fans behind the wheel. Goody will be down there giving us, I believe, some more Thai interviews from our front 3 as they finish on the podium. And yeah, ladies and gents, that's by the way, we do have another broadcast. We will be switching to a different stream for this afternoon's coverage, is probably worthwhile noting. So keep updates. We'll get the links out for you in chat before we switch to this afternoon's coverage.
And so we can bring the feed in here for this interview, see if Damien Hamilton.
I did the TRA course in January, which was really helpful as well, and then working with Craig, Ford, Lanatech, the CRE racing team. It's hot, so just tried to drink a lot of water and be as fit as I can coming in. And
I'm exciting you.
Super excited. Lots of nervous energy coming out today, and just happy it came through.
ก็ถามคุณเดเมลนะครับว่ารู้สึกยังไงบอกแฟนตาสติกคือแบบดีใจมากแบบประหลาดใจมากในเรื่องของการแข่งขันแล้วก็เตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรบ้างบอกว่ามีการเตรียมความพร้อมกับทีมงานไม่ว่าจะเป็นทีมลาวเทคลิสกุนวอลลี่เรซซิ่งอย่างดีเลยนะครับโอเค leave a comment to Thai people who supporting you here
Sorry
leave a comment to Thai fans
Hapun Cup thank you very much happy to be here thank you for your warm welcome
โอเคก็ขอบพระคุณผู้ที่สนับสนุน thank you ที่ให้การสนับสนุนใน
Well, ladies and gents, that's going to wrap us up in terms of the Ingis coverage for the first half of day one of the Thailand Super Series Weekend 1 for 2024. Racing action got underway, and that is it for the first half of the stream. We'll get you guys the links for this afternoon's coverage is already up in the YouTube chat as I currently see it. We'll see you all back in just over an hour for coverage of this afternoon's racing. We'll be kicking things off with... we're going to be heading to your Thailand Super Pickup D1, which is your Class A and B drivers for 12 laps with racing action. If you haven't seen that category, be back here. That's probably one of the more exciting categories racing-wise that you'll see across the weekend. Very, very interesting, unique to Thailand. Those cars are brilliant. See you all back very soon.